This morning we have 3 items on your agenda, and we're ready to move forward with all 3. With respect to the projection report, we have canceled next week's hearing, so we won't be meeting on September 7th, which would normally be our next scheduled meeting. We have a meeting scheduled for September 14th, and that meeting is scheduled for Santa Barbara. And we've got several items on, including potential continuance time for the Gaviota Coast Plan that you'll be hearing later on today. We have a special hearing set for September 19th, which is a Monday. And we know we'll be hearing the winery ordinance update on that date. And we've also parked the Gaviota Coast Plan on that date in case we need an extra few days to wrap things up. So we'll decide at the conclusion of the hearing today when the next hearing will be on Gaviota. And then September 28th, we have one item on that agenda, and I noticed that 2 planning commissioners are planning to be absent, both Commissioners Brown and Blau. And so I wanted to find out from your commission whether or not that's a hearing you really want to conduct, and if you don't, we might want to just go ahead and dispose of it today, and I'll move that item to probably to October 5th. It's a time extension for a project, so it's not a real substantial project. Moving on, we come back to that. Moving on, October 5th, we just have one item on right now, another time extension. October 12th is a Santa Maria hearing, and we have the Teixeira appeal of the Greca oil and gas project out at Lakeview. And then October 26th is a Santa Barbara hearing, and we have a couple of permit items on that day. And then on through the end of the year, we don't have a lot projected yet, but I'm sure we will.
Do you think we could move the 28th and the 5th all to the 12th?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I think those items could be moved to the 12th. I hate to cancel both the 28th and the 5th right now because it's a little bit out into the future, and I just don't know if we need those hearing dates, but we can certainly look into that and report back to your commission. I'd be fine canceling one of them, but I think canceling both today might be a bit too aggressive. But we can certainly look at that.
Okay.
So does the commission want to go ahead and cancel September 28th and have me look at October 5th?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
So then September 28th will be canceled, and we will look at October 5th, and we'll move that item that's on September 28th to another agenda in the future. I think that's all I have on the projection report. It seems as if we're getting close to getting done with the 3 very large, long-range planning items, and so hopefully the rest of the commission's year will be a little bit lighter.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. On to public comment. Now would be the time for members of the public to speak on items not on today's agenda. And having none, we'll close that and move on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. No one there. We have the minutes for August 3rd.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chair.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And on to August 10th.
I'll move approval of that as well.
I'll second.
Great. All in favor?
Oh, whoops, I have a comment.
And comments?
And a comment or question on page 5 under condition number 1. Was crossed out a pine tree, but I thought that we had discussed a eucalyptus tree. That's okay. So
Can you read? repeat?
It's on page 5. It's under condition number 1.
Of the 3rd or the,
I'm sorry, of the 10th.
okay, you're going to have to.
And I think that we had decided on a eucalyptus tree.
Hi, Commissioner Brown, and through the chair. Alex is here. He was at that hearing also.
Okay.
I'll let him address that. I do believe there was a discussion about eucalyptus tree, and I'll let Alex
Okay.
address that. That was the Verizon project.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My vague recollection is that we left it open with just more of a sort of planning level or staff level feedback to the BAR that the preference was for a eucalyptus tree, and so that's what we did, and that's what the BAR ended up approving.
Oh,
The condition did not specify.
Oh, okay,
eucalyptus
that's
tree.
right. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
All in favor? So moved. And do we have a director's report today?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Russell's not going to come in this morning because there's not a whole lot to report. The board hasn't taken up any planning items, but I did want to just point out a few things that are coming to the board in the relatively near future. So September 13th, the Vandermeulen appeal of the director's determination that your commission heard will be heard at the Board of Supervisors. On September 20th, the Gordon Sand Company appeal will be heard, which is an action that your commission took on the Shell Guadalupe project. The housing element implementation item with respect to the design residential zone district will be heard by the board. And then not a planning item, but something I think your commission is interested in, the Refugio oil spill after action report will also be heard by the Board of Supervisors. So just wanted to alert you as to those upcoming hearings.
And Ms. Black, do you have any idea, sort of projected timeframes for the other things that we've considered? The Toro Canyon Road appeal, which I'm sure is going to be appealed.
It has been appealed.
Okay, and something else. Any idea?
Madam Chair, I know that the Myers appeal will be heard later on this fall. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I would imagine it would be probably late October, early November. And then we will obviously be taking to the Board of Supervisors the 3 projects that you've been working on with long-range planning, the short-term rental winery ordinance when you're finished, and Gaviota when you're finished. And we anticipate that those will also go to the board this calendar year. It seems like there's another appeal that's out there, but I can't remember. I can't remember that. Oh, the Orchid PCEC project is scheduled to go to the board on October 11th. So that one would be is already on the projection or on their long-range calendar and is anticipated that day.
Okay, on to the standard agenda. Item 1, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Robert Uli, agent for the County of Santa Barbara, to consider case number 16 DET1, application filed on May 6, 2016 for determination of similar use, and to determine that the activity is not a project pursuant to State Sequence Guideline Section 15378.
Thank you. Planning Commissioners, site visits or ex parte. And on to the staff report then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Joyce Gerber, and I'll be presenting this project to you today. This item is the request of the county's General Services Department, represented by Mr. Robert Uli, the county architect, for the Planning Commission to find that the use of a county-owned abandoned church building as a community center for Isla Vista is consistent with uses permitted in the C2 Retail Commercial Zone District and thus should be considered an allowable use. The subject property is located in the central commercial core of Isla Vista, in the southwest portion of the Isla Vista Loop, which is formed by Embarcadero del Mar and Embarcadero del Norte. The site's comprehensive plan designation is general commercial, and the parcel and surrounding area are zoned C2, retail commercial, with recreation zone properties shown here in green to the north, east, and south. These are parks that are owned by the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District. And then surrounding the C2 zone in the parks is an area zoned for medium and high-density student residential. The parcel here to the immediate north of the lot, which is also owned by the county, houses the Isla Vista Community Clinic, and then the one just to the west of that here north of our project is privately owned and contains restaurants. I have several shots of the building. This shows the front, and this shows the interior. The community center would be located in this existing 3,600 square foot single-story building. It's on a 0.56 acre lot owned, as we've said, by the County of Santa Barbara. The building functioned as a church until 2008 when it was acquired by the Isla Vista Redevelopment Agency. And then the county acquired it in 2014 and identified it at that time as a potential site for a community center. You can see here the site plan shows parking, which would stay across the top, and then this is a park again, and parking here. Use of the facility as a community center would require some interior and exterior remodeling and landscaping, which would be completed in phases over about the next 5 years. And there would be 16 on-site parking spaces, including one accessible space provided. The center is envisioned to be a meeting place for all ages, and the programming would be tailored to the needs and interests of the Isla Vista community. The facility and its associated programs and classes would be managed by the county, either through its General Services or Community Services Department, or perhaps under contract with the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District. Section 3578.3 of Article 2 enumerates 22 specific permitted uses that do not require a conditional use permit in the C2 zone district. These permitted uses include business, professional, and trade schools, amusement enterprises, indoor theater, spas or health clubs, and non-residential childcare center. Although community center is not an explicitly listed use, the ordinance also specifically allows, quote, any other light commercial use, which the Planning Commission finds is of similar character, to those enumerated in this section and is not more injurious to the health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood because of noise, odor, dust, vibration, danger to life or property, or other similar causes. This slide compares activities that would likely occur at the community center with listed specific allowable uses in the C2 zone. The activities that would occur at the center would be similar to those at other community centers, which typically offer a wide variety of educational, social, recreational, and other types of enrichment activities for children, teens, and adults. So, to go through this slide, the C2 zone allows business, professional, and trade schools, and that use is similar to activities that typically occur at community centers, such as professional trade and computer literacy classes, and other kinds of educational enrichment activities such as arts and crafts, landscape design, cooking, accounting, and so forth. The C2 zone allows amusement enterprises, which is similar to game rooms, which are sometimes found in community centers, things like ping pong, pinball, bingo, and computer gaming. The C2 zone allows indoor theaters, and community centers often have lectures, movie nights, and music performances. It permits spas or health clubs, and community centers typically have health, wellness, and exercise classes provided. And finally, the C2 zone allows non-residential childcare centers, which would be similar to anticipated after-school programs and tutoring that would be provided. Because of their similarity to permitted uses, the uses that would likely occur at the proposed community center are not expected to be more injurious to the health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood than other permitted uses in the zone district, and therefore the similar use determination can be made. Moving to policy consistency. Oops, here we go. And we've lost it. Let's try again. I think we're having some computer issues. Here we go. Let's try this again. Okay. Here we go. Policy consistency. Community centers function as neighborhood facilities. They provide educational, recreation, daycare, and meeting facilities, as well as serving other functions requested or organized by residents of a particular community. The site is centrally located. It's well suited to serve the local community, consistent with the purpose and intent of the land use designation, which is general commercial. It denotes areas suitable for many types of commercial activities, including central business districts, service commercial, neighborhood centers, and design commercial. So use of the site as a community center is not expected to generate any conflicts with applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the local coastal land use plan. The purpose and intent of the C2 zone is to provide areas for local retail businesses and commercial needs, including stores, shops, and offices, supplying commodities or performing services for the residents of the surrounding community. And the proposed use of the former church building as a community center would be consistent with the provisions of the coastal zoning ordinance. The use determination is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15378B5 because as an administrative activity of the county, it is not considered a project. And no development would occur under this action, but if the Planning Commission makes the required findings and determines that the use is similar to permitted uses in the C2 zone district, and thus an allowable use, then a coastal development permit would be required to permit the use, and the coastal development permit would be exempt under CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, existing facilities. In conclusion, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for the use determination and determine that the use determination is exempt from CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines 15378. And this concludes my presentation. I do want to note that Mr. Uli is here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Gerber. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fernie. I spoke with Ms. Gerber yesterday, and I appreciated the information she gave. And the one thing when I was looking at the uses, and I understand this is not a project, and we won't be dealing with this issue, but one thing I was concerned about, because many community centers go into rental programs for parties and festivities, and I had some concerns about that with the parking and then, perhaps negative impacts on, the neighborhood. But again, that would be done, or that would be considered, if this action is passed and then it comes back to the permit. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. What we would do is not condition this determination, but the follow-up conditional coastal development permit would be conditioned. And at your Commission's recommendation, we could add a condition that would prohibit the rental of the facility and its use for large parties. I think we might want to think pretty carefully about that. We might want to think about the size of those, because I know that community centers are typically rented out. So that may be something we'll look at the CDP level. I do want to clarify here that it won't be coming back to you. That CDP will be a staff level, a director level decision, unless it is appealed, and then you would see it. So.
Commissioner Black.
curious why staff and couldn't make this determination. This is so obvious to me that I'm not sure why we're doing this here. It's
Mr. Chair.
I'm just curious why we're having to do that.
Commissioner Blau, it's a requirement of Article 2 that in this zone district, in order to find a use allowable, if it's not specifically listed, your commission must make the findings.
Okay, great. That answers the question. Although I.
And then the applicant, Mr. Uwe, do they have anything to add? Or?
He did not wish to give a presentation, but again, he can answer questions if you have them.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to public comment now. We have Andrew Gabriel, followed by Jay Freeman, and finishing with Hajin Souter. Pardon? Okay. So Andrew Pragan.
Hey, cool. Good morning. Nice to see you all again. I don't really have much to say other than what was said. It seems that this is going the way that we wanted it to. On the issue of parking, etc., we've discussed previously the rest of the parking lot that's owned by the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District to be adjoined, which might happen. We still haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, it would be super cool if we could use it for large events because it could provide the space for alternatives to party culture that currently exists in Isla Vista. Otherwise, yeah, nothing to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Jay Freeman.
Hello, my name is Jay Freeman. I live in Isla Vista, on that side of Isla Vista. I've been involved with programming that has been done in the park directly next door to the community center, or the building that we're hoping to turn into a community center. And so I will say that when we've had groups of people coming there, Isla Vista is a very walkable community, and people just walk to the parks, and we haven't had need for massive parking for any of the events that we've put on in the park next door to that building. I'm glad to hear Blau say that this is an obvious thing. I had also looked at this and it seemed like it would be something that would be clear. Why am I even up here speaking? It's just we were told that we might need to actually come just represent the community in order to say hey, yeah, we actually would like to do this. So thank you so much.
And Pegeen Souter.
Pegeen Souter. Hi. Thank you, commissioners. We're really excited, if you guys can't tell. I just want to take up the one concern you had, Commissioner Brooks, on rental of the center. I think that could be an aspect of what we would like to have happen up there. And whether I'm with Rec and Park, I'm the chair right now, but I'm not here speaking on behalf of them. We do a lot of events in our parks, and usually we have requirements. We have decibel sound requirements, we have event size, we have security requirements, we have cooperation with the Foot Patrol. There's a whole slew of things that we can do to make sure that if the community is going to be using that space as a rental event place, that we'll make sure it jives with everybody else. And as Andrew said, I mean, we really need an alternative to the party culture out there, and this building is perfect, and it's in just the right space. And we have all the right people working on it, and I hope that you find that C2 is, a zoning that works for you, and that you head on to get your use permit here, and we skip the CEQA stuff, and we can get to this as quick as possible. But again, thank you so much. We are all so excited. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. We'll close public comment. There we go. Ethan Bertrand.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ethan Bertrand. I, too, am one of the directors of the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District, though not speaking on behalf of the district this morning. I just also want to rise in community support for the rezoning and designation as a C2 development. This is a really great community process. It has so much support, a lot of awesome people working on it. And as far as the intentions of this building, there's so many aspects of our community who don't have an indoor public space to use for whether it's special events or different community classes. And we're really excited at what this rezoning will have the opportunity to provide for these segments of our community. And also for Commissioner Brooks, I do think it will be acceptable to have the rental of the facility, and I'm sure we'll be able to have proper procedures set in place once we get to that point. But thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, then we'll close public comment. And Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you very much. This is 3rd District, so I'll just get the ball rolling. I think we've heard very positive comments from the public speakers, and thank you very much. I know from when I was on the Planning Commission previously, I spent a lot of time out in Isla Vista, and I remember this area very well. The other thing I also remember, it's wonderful that the students, we know they need something like this. Again, maybe pull out some of the private party culture. But one thing I learned about Isla Vista, that there's so many families out there. This is a full community. And I live in an area as small as it is, but we have no community center. So I'm envious because you're going to have something, and whether it's going to be for daycare or classes. I'm okay with the rentals as long as you as you've assured us, things will be under some kinds of regulation. So I'm very excited about this project. I think everybody in Isla Vista 3rd District would be excited about it. So I'm ready to support the motion. I will make it. Thank you.
I'll second it.
I will make the motion to move staff's recommendation.
That's what I seconded.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
I have a comment on the motion. I would be willing to support it, of course, but just want to pass along to the director who will be processing with staff the CDP. I think it's a close question as to whether the use, even though we determine it to be similar, is subject to exemption from CEQA. So, but I'm clear that's the time at which the review of whether or not it requires any further CEQA review would be determined. And I'm sure our staff is alert to that. So it is possible we could see it back, but it does sound like it has community support. Thank you.
Okay, ready for vote?
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
And Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And we're ready for item 2 now, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of Tom Signorelli, appellant, to consider case number 15 APL 19, application filed on October 12, 2015, of the director's decision to approve case number 14 LUP 514 and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15304.
Commissioner Brown.
For my ex parte and site visit disclosures, I made a site visit with Mr. Signorelli on Monday. Not to the property, but to his parents' property and looking across to the property. So, had a good view of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I also made a site visit to Mr. Signorelli's property, and I think that was on Friday.
Thank you. And I also visited the property yesterday on Tuesday, and much the same as Commissioner Brown noted, and met with Mr. Signorelli. And then Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. The land use permit was approved on October 1st, 2015, to approve the construction of 3 new ranch roads and the maintenance of 6 other existing road segments on the ranch property. And then the land use permit was appealed on October 12th by Mr. Tom Signorelli. Here's an aerial photo of the project site. The project site is outlined in red. The site is about 678 acres in size and is zoned Ag 2 100. There's a main residence, a guest house, and some ag accessory structures on the project site. They're located in this area. One of the agricultural operations conducted on the project site is harvesting mature trees that have either been planted on the project site or native oak trees that are growing on the project site. The trees that have been planted are generally in this area of the project site. So as I indicated, the land use permit was issued or approved for the construction of 3 new road segments and the maintenance of 6 additional segments. The land use permit also addresses a building and zoning violation that was reported in 2014 pertaining to some unpermitted road maintenance of one of the road segments that's included in the land use permit. All of the existing roads on the project site and the roads included in the land use permit are depicted on what is called a comprehensive ranch road grading and maintenance plan. This is a figure depicting the plan. As you can see, it encompasses the entire project site, and the proposed new roads and road maintenance areas are primarily on that portion of the project site. A little bit more detail of the proposed project that has been appealed. The blue road segments and the blue numbers are proposed road segments, and then the pink numbers and road segments is where maintenance activities would occur. Maintenance would generally involve removing vegetation that has grown in the roadway, rocks and dirt that have accumulated, operations like that. Generally, grading on agricultural properties is exempt from requiring a grading permit unless that grading occurs under certain circumstances or in certain locations. And those circumstances would include it's within 50 feet of a creek, within 200 feet of a property line, or would occur on a slope 30% or greater. And so each of the road segments that you see highlighted on this slide meet one of those criteria. Before the land use permit was issued, it was evaluated for potential to result in environmental impacts, and it was determined to be categorically exempt under the requirements of CEQA Section 15301, which pertains to the maintenance of existing facilities, and Section 15304, which relates to minor alterations to land and topography. In evaluating the project, it was determined that the proposed roads and road maintenance would not result in substantial modifications to existing aesthetic conditions on the project site. Erosion control measures are included in the road grading plan. And on a cumulative basis, all of the roads on the project site are subject to the requirements of an agricultural erosion control permit that's issued by the Building and Safety Department. In way of a little bit of additional background about the project, as I mentioned earlier, harvesting oak trees that are naturally growing on the project site is conducted. And a zoning violation regarding that operation was received by Planning and Development in 2014. And after investigating the complaint, it was determined that harvesting oak trees is an agricultural operation that is allowed in the Ag 2 zone. The removal of oak trees, and in this case, post live oaks, Quercus agrifolia, is subject to tree removal requirements that are in the grading ordinance, and those requirements are managed by the Ag Commissioner's office. An investigation was done in 2015, evaluating what extent of oak tree removal has occurred on the project site. And by using aerial photos and mapping differences in the oak tree canopy that occurred between 2006 and 2014, it was determined that about 1.6% of the oak tree canopy has been removed. And that's substantially below the threshold in the grading ordinance, which states that if you remove 15% of the oak tree canopy over a 30-year period, you need to implement an oak tree management plan, which includes replacement of oak trees at a 10-to-1 ratio, among other things. Another zoning violation was reported in 2009 that had to deal with some drainage issues on the project site. As you may have noticed in the aerial photo, there are several creeks on the project site. One of the creeks was overflowing, probably due to the clogging of a drainage culvert that was impeding access to a property to the south of the project site. Building and Safety issued a notice of violation regarding that situation, approved a new engineered drainage plan for that road crossing that involved installing some riprap to control erosion, and a sedimentation basin that would trap sediment before it had the opportunity to clog the culvert. A couple pictures of the project site. This is the area of one of the roads for proposed maintenance and the road segment where the zoning violation occurred in 2014. Here's the road segment right here. This slope is about 4 or 5 feet in height, and what is being proposed is to remove that vegetation. This is one of the proposed new road segments, the area where a road segment would occur along the southern property line of the project site. The proposed road would bend around. It would be within 50 feet of the creek that's located over here, and then extend up this area, sort of near where this brown vegetation is located. This is one of the other proposed road segments. This is a proposed new segment. This existing road would be extended up the hill. So this is representative of what the new road would look like. One of the other proposed new road segments, this would be segment number 71. This would be in an area where some oak trees have recently been removed. One was removed here, I think a couple of years ago. You can see native grasses, or non-native grasses, excuse me, and some native vegetation have reestablished in the area. This is an area where a tree was removed, I think, last year, or maybe this year. And you can see the soil has been redistributed. There's no longer a pit or depression where the tree existed. Topsoil that was there was reapplied, providing seed bank for revegetation. Getting into the specific appeal issues, some of the issues outlined by the appellant were very similar. So to address those, we have grouped them. And in this case, appeal issues number 1, 4, and 6 pertain to the assertion of the appellant that harvesting native oak trees and planted trees from the project site is not an agricultural operation and results in environmental impacts. While obviously the appellant is very concerned about the oak tree harvesting operation, it is a use permitted in the Ag 2 zone and was not the subject of the land use permit that has been appealed. In terms of what is being evaluated as part of the land use permit, the construction and maintenance of the roadways on the project site, those operations were determined to be categorically exempt because they would not result in significant impacts. Appeal issue number 2, the appellant asserts that previous road construction and tree harvesting has resulted in environmental impacts. Once again, similar to the previous issue, the tree harvesting operation is not part of the land use permit, and the evaluation of the proposed project, the construction and maintenance of roadways, was determined to not result in significant impacts. That determination was based primarily on that the project includes the implementation of erosion control measures. The project is subject to an erosion control permit that is enforced by the Building and Safety Department, and they do annual inspections. And the amount of grading that would be conducted on the project site is, as part of the project, is not extensive, about 250 cubic yards of cut, 250 cubic yards of fill. Appeal issues number 3 and 7. The appellant asserts that the previous road construction and tree harvesting has resulted in flooding impacts. And I think this is going back to the problems that occurred in 2009 when storm flow was being diverted around the clogged culvert, causing erosion. That situation has been addressed. It's been inspected by Building and Safety, and their assessment of the improvements and the drainage situation out there is it appears to be working adequately. The maintenance and construction of the new roads would not result in a substantial grading or erosion that would further exacerbate that previous situation. Appeal issue number 5, the project already has too many roads and no new roads are necessary. If you look at the grading and road plan, yes, there is an extensive network of roads on the project site. In looking at some historic aerial photos dating back to 1994, back in 94, there were a lot of roads on the project site. The proposed roads would be serving an agricultural purposes, facilitating the installation and maintenance of fences along property lines, eliminating the need to operate equipment on existing roads that there's a hairpin turn that is difficult to navigate. It is also possible that the roads, particularly New Roads 70 and 71, could facilitate the additional removal of oak trees, but that is not part of the project that was addressed by the land use permit. And finally, appeal issue number 8, the appellant asserts that erosion from the project site has impacted a creek located along the eastern edge of the project site. There are 2 road segments included in the land use permit that are near the creek that the appellant is referring to here. One would be the road maintenance being proposed to abate the zoning violation that was done from 2004, where some maintenance was conducted. And the other is a road along a property line that would facilitate some fence installation. Neither of those operations would result in substantial grading that would result in erosion impacts that could affect the creek. So finally, staff recommends that your commission deny the appeal 15 APL 00019, make the required findings for approval including the CEQA findings, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA, and grant de novo approval of the land use permit 14514. And that concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, I've got this great map, this drawings, but it's sort of hard for me. I've been to the adjacent property, but I'm not sure what I was looking at when I was there. So I'm wondering if you could walk me through these road segments again. And you've given us this great Table 1 to help understand it, but I just have some specific questions on specific road segments that perhaps you can, if you wouldn't mind, or if you're the appropriate one to go over them, to describe or to answer my questions.
Yeah. If you could give me your questions. And I'll...
Okay. So on proposed road segment 50, you've indicated that it's within 50 feet of a creek, but exactly how close is it to the creek? How close can it be, or are there limitations? Does it have to be going to be at top of bank? Does it have to be some other distance away from it? And this road segment is proposed this new road segment to maintain a fence. Why does one need a 20-foot wide road to maintain a fence when there's lots of fences on this property? I don't understand. It just seems like it's excessive grading needed to go maintain a fence.
Okay.
That's my first question.
Commissioner Brown, so this is the road segment
Right.
that you're referring to.
Right.
Here is the creek location. So there is a short segment of the road that is adjacent to the creek. How far it is from the creek, I don't have a precise distance. It is not at the top of bank. I'm going to guesstimate at least 30 feet.
Is there a requirement that it be a certain distance away from the top of bank? No.
No, not for an agricultural road.
Okay. And so if it's 30 feet away, then part of the erosion control permit that they get, whatever the name of that.
It's an agricultural erosion control permit.
Okay. Part of it is seeding. I've read in the grading ordinance that could occur. That could be one of the mitigations.
Correct.
And one of the other things is, I guess it's time of year when these things are implemented. So do we know what's going to occur with this additional permit that's needed, whether seeding is going to occur? It seems to me it's important to have as many protections as possible for roads that are near creeks.
Commissioner Brown, there are 2 erosion control regulations in play here. And one is the agricultural erosion control permit, and the other one is the erosion control measures that are specified by the grading plan. Those were on page 2 of the grading plan. And basically that would include best management practices like the fiber rolls, sandbags, methods to slow water, the overland flow of water, redirect water. So perhaps it could stay on the road, not run down into the creek.
So that's I don't know if 50 doesn't, only a piece of 50 goes adjacent to the creek, but so if it's half, I don't know, the new road is half, it's 600 feet, so that's a lot of roadway adjacent to this creek that needs to be mitigated, the mitigations in the erosion control plan, or whichever one you said, right?
Both.
So both. So is there, in the inspections that follow, what kind of follow-up is there on these erosion control plans if they put these wattles or whatever they do? Is there throughout the year to ensure if they require the seeds to be planted? Is there follow-up throughout periods of time to see whether or not vegetation has regrown?
The grading inspector for this project is David Vianiello. He is out at the project site, I get the impression, fairly regularly, and at least conducting these inspections. And the erosion control permit requires an annual inspection.
Okay. So can you just answer the question why you need a 20-foot wide road to maintain a fence?
I'm not certain, Commissioner Brown, I'm not certain that it's 20 feet. I think it's closer to 12, but your question is, why is the road required?
Well, it just seemed to be that it was in your documentation, you said 20.
Oh, okay.
So,
I stand corrected then. I would defer that to the applicant.
Okay. And then the other road segment there's a bunch of them in here, so please excuse while I kind of go on to become familiar with this, is the new 70 and 71. Now, these are on slopes, but there is already a network of roads in that area, and I'm not sure, is it connecting to the roads that are there, or the hairpin turn, it seems like, in just looking at the map, that could be improved so that you wouldn't need to do that additional grading. How do you...
Commissioner Brown,
yeah.
I think the intent here is this would be a new road segment, would connect to this road segment. It would provide pretty much a straight shot to this road, which then goes back to the area where the existing development on the project site is.
Right.
And it is avoiding this. Right now, vehicles have to come up this road, up here, make the hairpin turn, and go back. So it's facilitating just some better circulation on the project site.
So the question I have, just because I'm unfamiliar with ranch roads and what I see as I drive around is there's not a lot of roads on hillsides, is that you could facilitate, you could just improve this hairpin turn and do away with the additional roads, reducing the amount of grading that's needed.
I did not visit the hairpin turn.
Okay, so you don't have any. Okay. The other question here is on one of the photos that you showed on page 11, and this is of, I guess there's an existing road. It looks like it's 70 on the little map you show on slide 11.
This one here.
Right. So but apparently that's a new road, but there's an existing road there already? That's the existing road?
Commissioner Brown, it is my understanding that the road starts up the hill and then ends. The project would extend that road further.
Okay, so this is segment 54. what you're showing is 54 here, then not,
70, I think.
because here it shows on your diagram 70, but maybe this is 54. So the reason I'm asking this question is it looks like to me that this is a passable road, and so the additional grading it seems like you just need to kind of scrape the road of vegetation on either side and in the middle. Why is this road not passable and usable, sort of just with the scraping of vegetation, and wouldn't need to have additional grading?
Commissioner Brown, it's what we're seeing is the beginning of an existing road. The objective of the land use permit is to extend that road.
Okay. Oh, I see. So this is not that segment where you have the star of 70. This must be 54 leading up to it.
No, 54 is an existing road
Right.
that is going to be maintained.
Correct.
What you are seeing in that photo is the start of road segment 70 that will be extended further to the northwest.
Okay, so this road, what you're telling me, is not a suitable road, whatever.
Correct.
Road that's going to be extended. Okay. Can you explain why it's not suitable? I mean, this looks like been on Las Barras, it looks like a good ranch road to me, where there are roads on Las Barras, they do cattle that
Commissioner Brown,
looks
once
like that.
again,
You don't know. Okay. You don't know. Okay. So when you talk about minor scraping, which is part of the permit, and you talk about removal of rocks and dirt, is it I get the vegetation, but you wouldn't need a permit to remove the vegetation? That could just be part of kind of scraping it. So the minor scraping is to make it deeper, to do something like add a base that makes the road more passable. You're going to have to help me here because I'm not familiar with ranch roads.
Commissioner Brown, the minor scraping, I think there's a definition in the grading ordinance of minor scraping, and I think it's something like 8 inches.
Okay.
Would be exempt.
Okay.
If it weren't next to a creek or on a slope or those conditions.
Okay, so this is probably on the slope.
The minor scraping that I think is being proposed is really just enough to remove the vegetation that has grown in the the existing roadway.
And that's not suitable to get a vehicle?
I think they're concerned about fire hazard.
A lot of fire hazard here. Okay. All right, well, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I look forward to hearing, from the applicant and the appellant, and maybe my question can wait, but Ms. Rodriguez, you mentioned facilitating the transportation, and when I went out, I noticed, from a distance, again, I was not on the actual property, some of these oak trees that are being harvested are huge. They're beautiful, very healthy oak trees. And it seems to me that the road, our issue here today, are these road segments, and to get the permits going, and it's to facilitate the ag operation. And I guess my question is, and I've asked this of several people in our phone conversation, the idea that this is a fully appropriate ag operation, it is not a nursery. Okay, could you maybe just for everybody's benefit, explain? I understand the idea of, there's no retail, but from the distance and what I could see of the trees that have been planted recently, the olive trees, there's pine trees, there's palm trees. Explain to me how that is a strictly ag operation, and the harvesting and the replanting, versus a nursery.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks. The land, when planning and development investigated this several years ago, the determination was based strictly on the definitions of nursery and agriculture in the Land Use Development Code. And the definition of agriculture, and I'm going to paraphrase here, is growing plants in the ground in their natural form. And that is the operation that is occurring as agriculture. For a nursery, it's a commercial retail business, which indicates that you would get in your car, drive to the nursery, buy your plants, take them home, and plant them, presumably. That is not what is occurring at the project site.
Ms. Blatt?
So, Mr. Chair, I think probably the simplest answer is there's a letter included in the attachments to your staff report, which is the determination that this use is an appropriate agricultural use. It's dated July 10th, 2014. And this really isn't the matter that's before you on appeal. So it may be interesting, but it isn't the issue on appeal.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just want to know that staff has made the determination that doing all of this work is not concentrating or increasing the flow to an adjacent property. Do I have that correct?
Commissioner Blau, increasing the flow of...
For example, I'll just tell you that I know if I'm an adjacent property owner and the natural course of the water comes across my land, I've got the obligation to accept that water. What my neighbor can't do is to concentrate the flow or increase it such that it causes an adverse effect on my property. In other words, you can't take an area of sheet property that's sheet flowing across the land and put it into a channel that now creates a erosion on my property. With me, so I just need to know that that staff and the engineering department has made the determination that that's not occurring here.
Commissioner Blau, yes, that determination was made in evaluating the project and making the determination that the project is categorically exempt. The maintenance of existing roads would not increase substantially any runoff. The proposed roads, the 70 and 71 that we were looking at a little while ago, would ultimately drain into the creek where the erosion problems occurred in 2009. Those road segments would result in very little ground disturbance, and they're about 2,500 feet away.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Just as a follow-on, you've indicated, so there wasn't an actual study done that said the effect of what is being proposed will not affect the adjacent property owner. We've got the calculations and all that kind of stuff. We don't have anything like that.
Commissioner Brown, no, a drainage hydrology study was not conducted. The project is resulting in 250 cubic yards of cut. That's for all 9 road segments. It's really a minimal amount of ground disturbance that would occur.
But there was a problem previously with, so...
Perhaps the applicant can elaborate on this, but I think the problems were stemming from in the area where the nursery trees have been planted, the olives, the pines. I believe at one time, though that area did not have any ground cover. The area had been scraped. The trees were planted. I believe that is what contributed to the erosion and clogging of the culvert. That area now is covered with non-native grasses, and I think that would substantially help the erosion problem.
Okay, let's move on to the appellant then. Mr. Signorelli.
Good morning. My name is Tom Signorelli. I'm the appellant in this problem. First off, I'd like to address Mr. Rodriguez and a few of his comments. Mr. Rodriguez, have you visited the property yourself? You stated that you have not seen the hairpin turn. So, have you been to the property?
Mr. Signorelli,
I'm sorry.
you're here to give us a presentation.
Exactly. Okay.
And you're speaking to the commission.
Okay.
And then as we develop questions, we will direct that to staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. In Mr. Rodriguez's report, he states that the flooding from the grading is from clogging. This is incorrect. The flooding occurred because of runoff. There was no clogging of the culvert. He also states that this drainage is working adequately, yet it hasn't rained. Since the installation of this drainage, it hasn't rained at all. The creek has not really ran at all. He also states, and to answer Mrs. Brooks' question, the difference between a nursery and an ag operation is a cash register. It's not the impacts that are done to the ground. It's not the actions. It's an object, a cash register. Sales must be taking place on the property to be considered a nursery in the county. Now, all the actions, all the impacts, everything are those of a nursery. Now, what this does to this property owner is it gives him an advantage that's entitled to us ag users, us real ag users that are producing a food or a fiber. So that is the difference. The difference is a cash register, an object, not the action. And because of this, we have seen our hills be graded up. Now, I sat down and I went through the staff report, and I addressed a lot of the issues and my concerns that were responded to. And I came up with pages and pages for a presentation. And what I decided, and last night I sat down and I read this, and I decided that, this is too confusing. I want to make this simple. And I want to make sure everybody understands what I'm trying to explain. How do we turn this on? Right here? There we go. This is a photo. One day my dog decided to take me for a walk. And we walked up to the top of the hill, and this was the view of our property. It's very pristine. This is our property. Right where I'm standing is the fence line. And on the other side of the fence line is the property that we're talking about. So let me read what I have written. If I can find it. There it is. It has been 7 years since I walked into the county's world, and it's been an experience. The staff report says that a lot of my concerns and impacts are unrelated to the operation that's going on the neighboring property, and there's always an explanation. This is a picture of our property. The whole valley looked this way, including the applicant's property next door before taking ownership. Yeah. Last picture. This is a photo of oak removal on the applicant's property. This is only one grove that was being removed. There are a lot of groves on the property. Many have been removed. Removal, grade, and move to the next grove. Remove, grade, and off to the next grove. It's crazy. Lately, it's been an everyday thing, and it's been persistent. Business must be good in the oak tree business. For a road, you need a grade. And that's what we're here for, to grade. The same thing you see in the photo. Grading. It's the same grading that caused flooding in the past, the reason why I walked into the county world 7 years ago. It's hard to watch a property be graded up, stripped of its trees, especially if you knew what it looked like before the previous picture. We learn from our experiences, and I have learned that this operation creates a lot of grading, which has caused flooding in the past. And I can tell you, winter is on its way. 5 years of this type of grading with 5 years of no rain. I'm extremely concerned. Let me make this short. There is too much grading on this property. This is mountain ranch land, not Lompoc Valley flatland or Carpinteria nursery land. This is ranch land. If it's the operation or new roads, it's too much grading taking place on this property. Too much movement of dirt, too much. Long ago, a group of us were told by the county ag commissioner that this operation would have no effect on us, that it will be done within the law and done with safety in mind. Then, 2 years after that promise, we had flooding. Your staff report says the same thing. It says that all is good. We will have no problems. These roads have no effect. Does the staff actually expect us, me, my parents, my family, our neighbors, to believe this? Especially with all the grading that's going on, taking trees out. Now understand, this is only one small section. This is only one part of what's going on. What this is they start grading, they rip out the trees, and then they move off to the next grove of trees. And they do this over and over and over, repeatedly. It's been a constant thing, constant. I believe in my appeal, I have made all my concerns known. And I don't think I need to repeat all of my concerns. My position is to protect my family, our property, and our livelihoods, since the law doesn't do it for us. Our laws are wrong. More grading, more threats to us. This is too much grading on this property. I cannot emphasize it enough. This property is being destroyed because of the operation that's taking place on it. With this comes the threats. Road or business, there is too much grading on this property, plain and simple. Your position in this situation is to deny. My position is to protect my family. Your position is to deny or allow more roads and more grading. Look at the picture again. You tell me, do you think there's too much grading going on this property? More roads or more grading? The staff report says this property has an extensive network of dirt roads. Is that what's in the picture? Is that what you call this? I'm requesting denial of the roads. There is too much grading occurring on this property, and it threatens our livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Signorelli? No questions. Thank you, Mr. Signorelli.
Thank you.
Staff, an applicant?
Yeah, we'll go next, Mr. Chair, to the applicant.
Oh.
Or the applicant's representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Cindy Souter, and I'm the agent for Manuel and Alicia Jimenez, who own the property at 3927 Holama Ranch Road. Obviously, I do agree wholeheartedly with staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and approve the land use permit for the grading. We do have a situation here, which you've probably noticed, with a neighbor that's constantly contacting the county about activities on this property. And with this project, I took it as an opportunity to, can we go back to the, how did I get to the plan? Oh, okay, you're doing it. Yeah, that one, just the overall plan. well, that's fine. Like, you've got it. That's the primary focus. So with the situation with the neighbor and the, constant ongoing calls to the county, and then constantly having to come out and check, and most of the time everything was fine, sometimes not. I took this as an opportunity to just document everything on the property and all the existing ranch roads, and then also to show the new roads that he wants. I said, we're fixing this one part, so we might as well, make your Christmas list of any roads that you'd like to have. And then that way we've got something on record that shows all the ranch roads, and then if a phone call comes in, where is it? Okay, that's number 47. Okay, done, no big deal. And the pink roads shown on here are actually existing roads, but I included them in this plan because the roads are so overgrown that it may appear to be a new road when they go to actually reopen the existing road. So the pink ones are actually existing roads that don't need a permit. I included them just for, having them included to avoid phone calls purposes. And then the blue roads are actually the new roads. And then in response to some of the commissioner's questions, Commissioner Brown, the fence along the property line is to maintain the fences. He's considering putting cattle back on the property just to help with vegetation control. And he needs to get to some of those areas to maintain his fences. And for road width, they're up to 20 feet wide. So, along the fence line, it would be a narrower road, maybe 12 feet like what Steve suggested. And then we have our erosion control plan, which that would implement. We have erosion control measures included with the land use permit for the road with standard erosion control requirements. And then in the other agricultural erosion control plan, we also have more mitigation requirements. So it's kind of a double effort there, but there will be devices installed to prevent erosion. And with that erosion control permit, we have inspections every 6 months, at least, if not more often, if we need to have something inspected else. And then for your question about the picture for roads number 70 and 71, that picture that he showed is more in the location of road number 37, so it's more north looking south, not south looking north. It's like right in there. Or more, okay, yeah, then right there. I can't see the number. But 37 is the part below it too, I think. Anyway, well that's the area. So it's more higher up rather than down below that picture. As for Commissioner Blau's questions about drainage, again, we have our erosion control plan, we have erosion control devices to be installed, and then, we have the county inspector going out to make sure that everything's installed properly and functioning properly. And with that, unless you have more questions, I think I'm done.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. And also, Mr. Jimenez's counsel, Kathleen Weinheimer's here if any other questions come up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then if the appellant has any rebuttal.
The applicant is stating that these roads are for maintaining the fence. Let's talk about fencing. My family has been cattlemen for over 100 years. For 100 years, we've maintained a cattle operation. I can tell you right now that you do not need roads to maintain fences. That in fact, fences are not repaired on a daily basis. Fences are repaired when they're needed, when somebody breaks through the fence. That does not happen on a daily basis. To maintain a fence, in the old days, they used to use horses. They would ride their horse alongside the fence line. It's called walking the line. You walk the line, look for breaks, and then you come back and you fix your problems. This doesn't happen that often. We just installed a new fence with our neighboring on the other side, and we will not have to walk that line for probably 20, 30 years because fences do not just fall apart, nor do you need a road. When they installed that on the very tip of the ridge of the mountain, they got in their truck and they drove up on without needing a road. This excuse for roads, for fixing fence, is not correct. You do not need roads like this to fix fence. Now, the applicant has also stated that I have been going to the county with my concerns. And yes, I have been going to the county with my concerns. I did that right after the flooding. When the flooding occurred and this neighbor would not take care of his problems, I had no choice but to come to the county and have the county address my issues on flooding. Where is this flooding coming from? Because this neighbor says it's not his problem. It's my problem. Why in the hell would my problem, because his problem, become my problem? Yet here I am, stuck for 2 years waiting for a promised repair that never happened. This is why I constantly come to the county with problems. This neighbor is not a very pleasant neighbor. It's his way or no way. And I'm tired of it. And all these problems revolve around failed laws. Our laws that state that you have to have a cash register for a nursery. By that, he avoids a lot of oversight. There is no oversight because he's going under ag laws when really he should be going under nursery laws. This is a county problem. This is not my problem, but yet the neighbor's problems, the neighbor's flooding, the excess grading, everything comes back to me, my problem. So I am spreading it back to you, the county. You need to understand that a lot of the times when I went to the county with my issues, many of them turned into violations. That's because the way this property owner operates is pretty simple. If he wants a road, he just goes out and grades it. Instead of coming to the county and asking for permission to do it, he just does it. Then when I come knocking on the door asking him, what are you guys doing down there? I'm sorry. It turns into a county issue. The county goes out, looks at it, and issues violations. This is the way it works. It's not working the way it's supposed to. The way it's supposed to work is he should be going to the county saying, these are the roads I propose.
Mr. Signorelli, I'm going to try to help you here, okay? And what we're looking for is information on why we should vote for your appeal.
Too much grading.
Okay, and so if you have new information to give us, that helps us.
Okay.
And if it's not...
Let me make it clear. There is too much grading going on this property. This operation, these roads, there is just way too much. The property does not look like the rest of the neighborhood. It's falling out of conformity with the rest of the neighborhood. These grading, all this is threats to us. It, in the past, has put us in bad situations, and I have been trying everything for the county to correct their problem. Because, again, I cannot emphasize it enough. All these problems, all this grading, this excessive grading that's going on in this property result back to the county's ill laws. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have no public speaker slips here, so we'll close the public comment.
Mr. Chair, I think typically you go to the applicant and then you allow the appellant, and then you allow the applicant any final comments. So you may want to just afford that opportunity.
And then we will let the applicant speak if they have anything to add.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Kathleen Weinheimer for the applicant. Just briefly, I think it's clear that the neighbor disagrees with a number of the county's regulations, and that has led to a lot of concern on his part and a number of complaints over the years. As the staff report has stated, however, this is a minimal amount of grading that we are requesting. The reasons for the roads have been described in the staff report and by the applicant. I don't think it's up to either the neighbor or the staff to determine whether the roads are useful in their current location or not. They do meet the standards, and we look forward to a denial of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions of Planning Commission. Commissioner Brown.
Well, this is not my area. This is Commissioner Cooney's area, but I've read CEQA. I've looked at that, and this is so for County Council. In reading the CEQA exemption, it just appears that it's a pretty broad exemption. There's no standards. In other words, just any kind of grading could be allowed up there under that exemption. Can you speak a little bit more specifically to the issue of the CEQA exemption and how it applies here? Specifically, the specifics concerning the grading.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to start off, your commission does have the discretion to decide whether or not the project fits within the listed exemptions, and there are a few listed, one of which is for the repair, maintenance, or minor alterations of existing facilities, and this one's more geared towards the maintenance aspects of the project, and the other one is for minor alterations to the condition of land, and this is for the new roads. The exemptions sometimes are not very specific, and sometimes, I believe for these two, lay out some examples, but I don't believe there are any specific examples in the exemptions related to this specific project.
So it's pretty broad, the interpretation of it.
Mr. Chair,
how you could
Commissioner
apply
Brown,
it.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions? Then we'll, Commissioner Cooney?
Oh, I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Brown's raising of the CEQA issues because I was looking closely at those. You know, the big concern I have with the project, and we're just exposed to it from a distance, and it's not really part of the maintenance plan, the grading of the roads, is the allegation by the appellant that these trees are being removed kind of willy-nilly from spot to spot. And, you know, I think that is an issue that needs to be watched. But when I look at just the grading issues by themselves, I think how many times do we have agricultural grading without any kind of maintenance plan? There is no opportunity for the county to even look and ensure that that the roads are being graded in the right place and in the right way. So, you know, I'm comforted by that as to the roads, and I just think we have to keep an eye on the tree removal, which is alleged to be masquerading as a tree farm, and you know, I think that allegation is one that has been disproven by staff. But if it continues and if it expands, we have the opportunity to notice that from the periodic inspection of the roads. So, I guess I agree with the response to Commissioner Brown's question that narrowly looking at the road maintenance and construction application, these exemptions should apply.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, this is 3rd District, so it's a tough one. You know, listening, and I spoke with Ms. Suter yesterday on the phone, and, you know, we now have a grading and maintenance plan, which we didn't have. You know, there is a baseline now, you know, of all the different roads. One thing, when we talk about the tree removal, and you know, we look at some of the roads that are being created for the tree, I see this connection between the tree removal and the roads, and I'm just looking at the rationale for the exemption. It says the maintenance will not change or increase existing agricultural operations. And we're saying that the tree removal is, an agricultural operation. Well, as these roads are being maintained and improved, we are allowing, I would imagine, even though it's only 1.6% removal right now, according to the canopy survey, if we go down the line, 20, 30 years from now, how many more oak trees will be removed? So, in my, interpretation, the operation and even these small sections of roads, the new and the proposed new ones and the maintenance of the old roads, feed into the increase in this operation. And some of the other language says, if it is an ag operation, they have planted, seedlings. We've seen the other ornamental trees that have been planted. But these are oak trees that have been there who knows how long. So the present owner, did not plant these groves of trees. So, I'm trying to keep my focus on the roads, but I'm having a hard time, separating these two, the two aspects of it. As again, we have an erosion control plan now. We didn't have it before. We don't have it. I see. Ms. Black, do we have the erosion control plan that was spoken of? Okay, so that's in place now. Again, it wasn't in place a couple of years ago. It wasn't in place until some of these formal complaints, were made by Mr. Signorelli. And I look forward to hearing from what my colleagues have to say. I'm thinking that, if we deny the appeal and these roads go into, into this condition that the applicant is hoping for, what we're doing then is we are going to increase the potential of the oak removal.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think I heard that oak removal is one of the things that are allowed as an agricultural use for this property. And what I also heard was that over some extended period of time, if it exceeds 5%, that he's got to replant at the ratio of 10 to 1, which kind of makes sense to me. You're telling me from the evidence the staff has garnered, we've got 1.5% in the last 10 years. Did I get that about right? So if that were to occur, I mean, if he continues to do that over a 30-year period, it's going to end up being less than 5%. If it exceeds 5%, he's got a replanting obligation to do. And I'm guessing that between the Ag Department and P&D, that will be monitored from now going forward, and I have no concern that won't be addressed should it happen. The other thing that's important to me is the fact that I didn't hear any evidence of any kind of alteration that would adversely affect the water flow to the neighbor. And I'm sure Ms. Balderrama, she's a very competent attorney, has explained to her client that should he take some action that actually damages the property next door, he will have civil liability, and I'm fairly convinced Mr. Signorelli will address that situation should it occur. So I have no problem in denying the appeal and granting the de novo approval with the conditions the staff has set forth.
Mr. Chair, just not that this will change anything or your conclusion, but I just wanted to make it clear that the 5% requirement is actually 15, and the Ag Commissioner is responsible for monitoring and then ensuring that a planting plan occurs when they hit that 15% removal target.
Great, thank you. I was just repeating what the earlier staff comments were, so it's 15%. That's great. Fine.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay. Thank you. This is an interesting project for me because I'm an urban girl, but in my urban neighborhoods, we have a lot of ag properties on the hillsides. And as I drive around the community, just going up to this area, beautiful area, you know, I'm always looking at the hillsides because it's really kind of a special characteristic of where we live. And for me, I've never quite seen the, either from this map or just looking at the hillsides, the extensive roads that I see, or in that one photo that Mr. Signorelli showed us, the extensive roads on that hillside. So for me, that's kind of unusual. Having been on some ranch properties, or former ranch properties on the Gaviota Coast, you just simply don't see the kinds of roads that you see here. So I just think that the applicant needs to have a lighter touch on the land with his roads. I think there's better way, just in looking at the map. I'm not an expert, but it just seems to me that you could do the roads differently and have fewer roads. The roads, the one road 50, the segment, supposedly to prepare the fence isn't even adjacent to the fence, or a portion of it isn't. So, you know, I'm also guided by some comprehensive plan policies that talk about, my words, minimizing grading. Well, here we have an opportunity to minimize grading, but it looks like we're maximizing over some standards that only the applicant knows and understands. I wouldn't be putting in roads like that. I'd be doing something differently. So I think that, you know, to really be consistent, you would need to have fewer roads, use the existing roads, improve the existing roads to make them easier to navigate. And the other policy, Policy 3, that was Policy 1. Policy 3 talks about the smallest practical area of land shall be exposed at any one time during development. Length of exposure shall be kept to the shortest practical amount of time. So I just can't see that what is being proposed here is consistent with our comprehensive plan policies. I think that just needs to be a slightly softer touch in putting in these new roads, even in the old roads. If that was a road that we saw, if it was segment 37, you know, they're going to be going up 37. That's not proposed to be maintained. That looks pretty much to me like a good ag ranch road with vegetation in the center and well-worn, unless we need it for some, you know, the equipment I see that is being used at this nursery, I understand why they need the 20-foot roads, but I just think that the grading could be, there could be less grading, and unfortunately the county has no standards. It's really a discretionary thing. There's no standards by which to judge how much grading should be done or where roads should be go. So my position is to uphold the appeal.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. I do have concerns about the project, but my concerns focus on the wrong part of the project, the part that is not subject to this permit. And you know, I'll just say about that I believe the concept of harvesting mature oak trees, for sale or not, is a negative practice that the county should be very concerned about. The laws don't prohibit it, as I read them. I think we can go a long way in that direction to protect oak trees. I'm most familiar with a property in the Santa Ynez Valley, the upper portion of the Santa Ynez, 28,000 acres, and the owners are extremely careful to get from one place to another without harming any of the thousands of oak trees there. If the idea was to cut the oak trees down to make more room for agricultural applications, and that's certainly the case in other parts of our state, I'd be I'd be concerned about that. I'd be agitating, as is the appellant here, for a change to the laws. But with respect to the ag roads themselves, I think it is good that the applicant has walked into the county to complain about the number of roads, the location of roads, maybe where they don't need to be. It gives us an opportunity to think about and grant a permit that makes sense, maybe keeps roads away from the creek edges and maybe off the tops of hills where they're highly visible. These kinds of restrictions are reasonable. So I, in short, don't believe this project gives us an opportunity to overrule the director in granting the permit, but I do think it gives us a jab to be careful of our ag lands, even large plots like this 670 plus acres. You know, our agricultural lands, in my view, in this county are precious, and while the ownership belongs to one person, the beauty that the agricultural land provides for all of us is something we need to keep in mind. So I'm glad to look at this project. I can't find a way to grant the appeal, but certainly hope the staff can keep an eye on future grading activities.
Commissioner Brooks?
I think I gave my rationale, and my deliberation after listening. I would like to hear what you have to say, Chair Farini, before I consider making a motion. I want to say that Mr. Vianello, is not here. I think once again, Commissioner Cooney articulated, I mean, this is the dilemma. The project in front of us doesn't deal with, some of the other issues, and I am trying to focus on the roads, some of the potential of erosion. I did see from the distance, a road that had been cut in, that there had been a landslide. I guess that was during, one of the rainy seasons. But there's something about Mr. Signorelli's, repeated need to go, to the county on many of these issues. And, I wish we could, come out of this today, with some idea of what the applicant, how many groves, will be disturbed. How many other roads will be created to go to these different groves. We have the other baselines, we have the oak count and the canopy, but, we don't know, the future, and that's up to the private property owner. He has the right, I guess, to do that. But I think, again, the county would have to, should watch this property very, very carefully, because of the history of, maybe doing things and then coming back and asking, for permission, and then some of the things that should have been done originally. But anyway, if I could, Commissioner Farini can talk about what his take is on this and deliberate, and then we can go to a vote.
I appreciate the appellant's passion and their property. However, this is the neighboring property, and staying within the confines of the road, what is before us, and it is the road. And so, to me, the applicant has really gone above and beyond, and they are working with planning and development, and our staff has gone through the project and made their determinations. Roads are key, and I'm a big speaker on unintended consequences, and so we may look at a map and say, well, why can't he use the old road? And then if you look at the topography map on, which is not in really very readable here, but the topography of where the hairpin turn is, that goes around an old wash or a steep canyon. So if they were going to have to try to widen that hairpin turn, they would probably be moving more dirt in that one confined area than all of the project length combined. So I think what they are trying to do is actually put in more efficient roads. I didn't hear if some of the old roads would be abandoned from a commercial aspect. I don't know why you would maintain something that you no longer use, so perhaps those would be overgrown. I understand what y'all are saying about oak trees, and we did have an oak tree ordinance passed, and that was the typical making of sausage where everybody gave up something. And the landowners gave up their rights to do with oak trees, what was before not prohibited, that these things are in place. So I'm ready to move on and uphold the project and deny the appeal.
Because this is third district, I'd like to at least I can count, but I'd like to make the motion. I'd like to make the motion that we support the appeal, and I would come back to in making that motion. I cannot make the finding that was provided by staff regarding not resulting in an increase. I'd say in the commercial traffic, and the increase in the business. So that's my motion. Just start out.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by Brown. Roll call.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Cooney.
No.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Commissioner Blau.
Yes, I'll move for staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
I'll second.
Commissioner Brown.
No.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
No.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
And I think we'll take a 10-minute break. we'll call the meeting back to order. And now on to item 3, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding adoption of the Gaviota Coast Plan, including case numbers 13 GPA 6 and 7, 13 ORD 6 and 7, and 13 RZN 2 and 3, as well as to recommend that the Board of Supervisors certify the Environmental Impact Report 15 EAR 3 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
And on to the staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Julie Harris, planner with Long Range Planning Division. I'll be giving the staff presentation this morning. So today's presentation will focus on responding to Planning Commission questions raised at the last hearing. We will also provide additional information and new recommendations where relevant, either to plan policy or ordinance amendments or both. Following staff's presentation and questions and answers, the chair of the Gaviota PAC, Kim Kimball, will provide a brief presentation regarding the GAV-PAC's perspective on the development of the plan. The chair and other members will also be available to respond to any of your questions. Later, County Fire Department Deputy Fire Marshal Rob Hazard will attend and address questions raised by the Planning Commission at the last hearing regarding fire hazards or risks associated with some of the proposed uses in Gaviota Plan. And finally, if you have any specific questions regarding PRT, County Parks Planner Claude Garcia-Soleil is listening in and available to come downstairs and respond if needed. The first part of our presentation will correspond to questions raised about the proposed ordinance amendments. This will be followed by responses to additional Planning Commission questions regarding other policies related to comments received at the previous hearing. For the first part of our presentation regarding the ordinance amendment questions, you can follow along with Attachment A for a summary of these suggested modifications. The ordinance amendments currently propose a 200-foot setback from the property line for a small-scale composting operation. In response to concerns raised with respect to nuisance odors, staff recommends clarifying that the application of the setback, that is, that it only applies when the adjacent lot is under separate ownership. Staff also proposes to increase the setback to 300 feet from any dwelling that may be located on an adjacent lot if the lot is under separate ownership. The Planning Commission asked for additional information regarding campgrounds and whether the Commission has discretion to apply additional standards. Under the current proposal, a small-scale campground would be allowed with
Ms.
a
Harris, Commissioner Blau had a question on
would you mind backing up to
previous
the
slide.
one previous slide for a second? I just need clarification here. Right now, the setback is 200 feet from the property line, and now you say increase 300 feet from dwelling when adjacent lot, separate owner. 300 feet from the dwelling or 300 feet from the lot line?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, that would be 300 feet from the dwelling. So
okay, just need. It's not real clear on that slide. That's just why I wanted to make sure.
it will be clear in the ordinance.
Okay,
we'll
great.
make sure the ordinance language is very clear.
Hate to interrupt you, but I hate to go back to that when you press a long way back in the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Sure, absolutely. So regarding the small-scale campgrounds, under the current proposal, a small-scale campground would be allowed with a land use permit if it was limited to the following: no more than 15 sites, no more than 2 vehicles per site, no electrical hookups, and also it's not proposed within the critical viewshed corridor overlay. Also, County Environmental Health Services staff confirmed that all campgrounds require the provision of potable water and wastewater disposal. In addition, wastewater disposal must be of a standard system using water with a septic tank and leach field. Facilities such as portable or pit toilets are not allowed.
Ms. Harris, excuse me, Mr. Chair. So the potable water has to be from a well, or whatever current water service? What, it doesn't make any difference? They could have a big tank of water they truck in? What's...
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, the water would have to become from a reliable source as it would for any domestic water. So it would be a well or however the water is provided to that property.
Thank you.
So also with regard to campgrounds, at your discretion, you may require alternative development standards. Such alternatives may include a prohibition of recreational vehicles or allow the RVs, but within certain size limits. For example, RVs that are stored at a residence are limited to 40 feet in length, 8.5 feet in width, and 13.5 feet in height. The Commission could also reduce the number of campsites allowed and may require County Fire Department review to provide standards when needed to address safety and prevent wildfire. Staff has consulted with County Fire, who informed us that legal campfires as an ignition source of wildfires are rare in this county, and that fire ignitions are usually associated with vehicles. Most of them, the majority of them are. And as I mentioned before, there will be staff attending this afternoon to provide more information regarding this concern.
Commissioner Brown.
I'm sorry, Ms. Harris. While you're going through this, EHS has said needs potable water, wastewater disposal, and I think one of the original requirements was that there was no electrical.
It's in there. Yeah.
Isn't that sort of a health and safety issue if you have to have lighting at night?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, that requirement regarding electrical hookups means there would be no hookup for an RV to plug into.
Oh, it's not for campground lighting. Okay.
Correct.
All right, good, thanks.
The Planning Commission asked us to clarify which height limit would apply to the incentive-based residential second units, or RSUs, within the critical viewshed corridor overlay. Currently, the height limit for RSUs elsewhere in the ordinance is 16 feet. The CVC, the critical viewshed corridor overlay, proposes a lower height limit of 15 feet for structures south of 101. Both zoning ordinances include provisions that state that the provisions of an overlay zone or the most restrictive provisions in the ordinance shall govern. Thus, an RSU within the critical viewshed corridor overlay would be limited to 15 feet in height. In response to specific public comment and a Planning Commission request for clarification, Planning and Development reviewed and compared the ESH Gaviota overlay provisions for allowing a minimum amount of sensitive vegetation removal before a permit would be required. Current draft ordinance language would allow removal on an annual basis. That is, one could remove up to the threshold amount, such as 50 linear feet of riparian vegetation or 5,000 square feet of other vegetation within a 12-month period. Thus, one could remove this much every year without need of a permit. Neither the coastal zone ESH nor any of the other community plan ESH regulations allow removal on an annual basis. Therefore, staff recommends revising the ESH Gaviota overlay to delete the annual removal allowance and rely on a one-time allowance only. Agricultural activities, such as grazing, plowing, planting new crops or orchards, would not be affected by this change because a land use permit is not required for these activities on agriculturally zoned land. The Planning Commission raised 5 questions regarding the proposed small-scale guest ranch farm stay. Staff recommends the following in response. A definition for the small-scale guest ranch farm stay that distinguishes it from a larger guest ranch has already been proposed. Staff recommends changing the definition to remove all references to guest ranch in favor of using only farm stay, and the purpose of this change would to make sure there's no confusion between the two uses. We recommend that you clarify that food service is food and meals served to the farm stay guests. Clarify that guests are all persons who stay overnight in the farm stay accommodations. Clarify that a farm stay would be beneficial and inherently related to the agricultural use, and that the primary purpose of a farm stay is the guest's education. Only legal dwellings existing on the effective date of the Gaviota Coast Plan would be eligible for a farm stay use. In addition, staff proposes to clarify that signs must comply with sign regulations for agricultural zones and shall not advertise the farm stay. The Planning Commission expressed concerns regarding additional dwelling units allowed through the incentive program, including potential conflicts with the stated purpose of RSUs under state law and county ordinances, and application of urban-style development standards within the rural area. Staff identified 3 options to address this concern. Option 1 would keep the program in the RSU section of the ordinance and add a subsection to clarify the purpose expressly for RSUs that would be allowed through the incentive program of the Gaviota Coast Plan. Also for this option, we'd create separate development standards for incentive program RSUs. Option 2 would relocate the incentive program regulations into a new community plan overlay for the Gaviota Coast Plan area instead of using the RSU section. Create specific development standards for the Gaviota Coast Plan area that are more appropriate for rural areas. These would consider and incorporate standards from the old residential agricultural unit program as well as from the RSU section as appropriate to this circumstance. Clarify that clustering is required unless the unit is converted from a structure that exists as of the effective date of the ordinance, and include additional findings for detached dwelling units that were required under the residential agricultural unit program as appropriate. Sorry. Under option 3, consider changing the reference to the incentive program second units from RSU to a new alternative designation to avoid any confusion with RSUs allowed in urban residential zones. This option would entail creating a new definition, purpose, and intent for the new use designation. Similar to option 2, the regulations would be located in a Gaviota Coast Plan overlay with specific development standards, clustering for new structures, and additional findings. Staff recommends option 3 as it would provide full separation and distinction between RSUs and second dwelling units allowed under the incentive program. The proposed ordinance amendments include a definition for a farm stand, which sells farm produce and other incidental items such as prepackaged water, food, and soda. The ordinance amendments include many development standards that provide parameters for farm stands and for the agricultural products that can be sold. Proposed regulations also would limit the size to 800 square feet if the farm stand would be located within a standalone structure. Finally, the amendments overall would exempt agricultural structures of less than 5,000 square feet from design review and other provisions of the critical view shed corridor overlay. Therefore, a farm stand would be exempt from design review unless the Planning Commission requests that design review be required. The Planning Commission asked staff to review a policy proposed by Schutt, Mihaly, and Weinberger on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation. In sum, the policy proposes to require a complex set of actions such as engineering, stream flow, and hydrologic studies for domestic wells and stream diversions, and impact analysis concluding no adverse impacts, long-term monitoring, among others. Staff does not recommend adding this policy to the Gaviota Coast Plan because there are existing county permits and procedures for new wells and stream diversions, some from planning and development and some from environmental health services. Also, applying such a policy could be problematic on an individual well-by-well basis if the well serves only one domestic connection, as planning and development permits are not required in that particular circumstance. For projects that do require permits, environmental review may be conducted, in which case planning and development would follow the existing environmental thresholds and guidelines manual, which includes groundwater thresholds with a methodology based on safe yield to address impacts associated with using groundwater. The next 2 slides involve minor suggested revisions to the cultural stewardship and wastewater policies based on the respective review of Planning and Development staff archaeologist, and environmental health services staff. We have provided handouts to the Planning Commission and the public that show these proposed edits. Planning and Development's archaeologist recommends several edits for consistency with recent updates to state law, primarily arising from Assembly Bill 52, which took effect last year. These edits include grammar corrections and addition of new terminology, such as tribal cultural resources. The removal of undefined terms, such as other traditional tribal cultural places or other places of concern to Native Americans, as these are covered by the new Tribal Cultural Resources designation. Clarification of terminology regarding historic resources, especially as it applies to CEQA, and clarification of Development Standard CS6 regarding the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission's authority so as to be consistent with the county code. Environmental Health Services staff recommend several edits to the TEI policies and development standards regarding wastewater to be consistent with recent updates to state and county regulations. The plan standards were being developed at the same time that EHS was developing the county's Local Area Management Plan Program, or LAMP, which has since been approved by the state's Regional Water Quality Control Board. The LAMP is the county's approved local program that complies with the requirements of the Regional Board, and along with County Code Chapter 18C, regulates on-site wastewater treatment systems. Our recommendation includes updating the terminology to be consistent with the LAMP. Also, to avoid redundancies with regulations, staff recommends deleting several development standards that are redundant with the LAMP and Chapter 18C. And these proposed edits are also depicted in your handout regarding wastewater treatment. To address another Planning Commission question from the last hearing, the Commission requested staff follow up on a public comment that a maximum house size limit is necessary to reduce visual impacts. The Commission requested additional information regarding house size development trends, and that information is presented in Attachment B of the staff memo. The house size limits were not recommended by the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors as reflected in the initiated plan. With respect to environmental resources, the EIR analyzed the impacts of build-out of the plan over the 20-year planning horizon. The EIR determined that impacts to visual resources could be mitigated to less than significant, a Class 2 impact, with the measures provided in the EIR. Also, the EIR analyzed impacts to land use and agriculture and determined that build-out would result in less than significant or Class 3 impacts. CEQA does not require additional mitigation if impacts are less than significant or if they can be mitigated by measures already identified in the EIR. Therefore, additional mitigation in the form of a maximum house size is not required. Last, the Planning Commission requested we provide a summary list of the plan's implementing action items and indicate which ones would be implemented with adoption of the plan and which would be subsequent work items. We have provided this list as a handout to the Commission, and additional copies are also available for the public in the back of the room. This completes staff's portion of the presentation, and we're ready to take your questions regarding the presentation and the staff memo. Following this, we will have a brief presentation from Mr. Kimball, the chair of the GAVPAC.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all the responses to the questions from the last hearing. Just looking at the square footage in Attachment B, those are averages, and because we had seen some of the more recent construction. I think there was one of 12,000 square feet, another one of 14,000. So are the figures you're providing us there, that's an average of the build-out, no?
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, the attachment presents two sets of figures. One just shows the living space of the house. One shows living space plus garage plus basement. And what's presented includes the largest house, the smallest house, an average and a median, so that you can look at the variety of statistics to see what kind of trends are occurring and have occurred in the area. Okay. Another question I had goes back to, and I think that's the only other one I have, on the residential second units on slide 11. You talked about the clustering of the units, and I think we had a question at the last hearing about the use of farm worker housing. Has that been addressed in what you said? I was hoping to hear something about that, but it wasn't included here. I mean, I don't think we made a decision on that, but there was some concern that, in this residential second unit, that, we wanted to make sure that if there was farm worker housing on the parcel, that wasn't, the use was not changed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, currently when we issue a permit for an agricultural employee dwelling, it has a condition that if that use ceases to exist, then that dwelling needs to be converted to some other permitted use. So if there was a situation that there was no longer a need for the ag employee dwelling, they could potentially, if it met the other provisions, convert it to the incentive dwelling.
Shall we move to the GAV pack then?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I'm Kim Kimball, the acting chair of the Gaviota Planning Advisory Committee, and I'm pleased to be able to present our committee's perspective on the issues you're facing. And in that context, I am not going to comment on the CEQA aspects, even though that's what you're really focusing on in the current hearings, but I'm going to try to explain the consensus that we reached in the plan that the GAVPAC developed and promote the retention of as much of our consensus as possible. As you can see, what's the button? This one? Oh, there we go. Our committee was well considered by Supervisor Farr as a good cross-section of the community, both landowners and stakeholders, and a broad range of philosophies are represented there. We were very fortunate to work very well together. I think we developed a great deal of trust, and most of our, not all, but most of our actions were unanimous. This is what we had come up with as the mission statement. The staff in what you have before you now has expanded that, but we thought this rather simple statement summarized the objective we sought to achieve. We had 68 public meetings of the full PAC and as many subcommittee meetings, all public. And we gained, we had great participation by the public, and we gained a very strong publicly driven consensus, reaching what I feel was a good balance of opinions as well as a balance of conflicting issues. If there's one theme that I would say we tried to reach as an objective, was to balance the need for agriculture to remain viable so the landscape could remain a viable working landscape, and the desire to protect resources. So it was that balance that we continually gave thought to as we worked through the different issues. Here are some of the different areas that we worked on, and in working on them sought to achieve that balance. We felt that the tools to achieve the balance were several. we really wanted to use incentives as well as a regulatory background as the framework for the plan. We wanted to enable agricultural potential with minimum permit requirements simply because agriculture is what has kept the Gaviota Coast in the condition it is today. And we're pretty proud of that as the farmers and ranchers who have accomplished that, and we want to make sure that can continue. And in that regard, we worked very hard on establishing a tiered permit system to facilitate different levels of agricultural endeavors with the least permit entanglement as possible, consistent with preserving the resources. We had our process cut off rather quickly. I believe it was in December of 2014 when it became necessary to accelerate this process and finish it. And so we were unable to flesh out a full incentive program in our process. But post the official process, we had some ad hoc meetings of some of the PAC members and others to come up with a more fleshed out incentive process, which we provided the staff, and staff used a bit of that in some of your alternatives. We think some of the changes being proposed in connection with this environmental review are disrupting the balance that I explained to you that we tried to achieve. And I'm frankly, a little confused with the effect of the ESHA designations that will be substantially increased with this plan as to their effect on agriculture. I know that staff has explained to me or to us that agriculture in certain respects is exempt from ESHA issues, but I believe there are still permit requirements that might trigger ESHA, an ESHA analysis and restrictions, and I think it's important in terms of this interest in keeping a working landscape that the ESHA regulations do not impair that. And we feel that the development standards NS3 and 4, which include rather vague language about potential habitat for critical species, adds uncertainty and potential difficulty to agricultural operations that do require permits being subjected to this. It's very vague about when that arises and what happens when it does. And one thing we're particularly concerned about is the relaxed standards for trail siting erodes much of the environmental, cultural, and visual resource protection that we built into the plan. We don't see why trails should enjoy a special status in light of the other development standards that would apply to other types of development. So that we had come up with, through a subcommittee and considerable work by the PAC, a pretty protective set of guidelines for siting trails. And I realize staff has said, at least in what I read, that the guidelines that we consider watered down in this plan are more in conformity with other guidelines elsewhere in the county, but we think Gaviota requires something more than that. And the incentive, as I said, we weren't able to flesh out the incentive program, but hoped that it could be fleshed out more in the EIR process. And we realize that to get that in the plan now in the context of the process we're in is not feasible, but we would urge the commission to make a special effort to recommend to the board that some priority and some as much certainty as possible be built into the adoption of this plan, that the follow-up actions relative to the incentive program will occur, because we all know that there are a lot of development or future actions built into these community plans that never see the light of day after the plan's adoption, and we don't want that to happen to the incentive program with Gaviota. We want to make sure as best we can that that is set to move forward, realizing it would be a separate process. Then there were a couple of other incentive-related issues that we were concerned about. Currently, if you seek to restore some of your land, perhaps a field that has been tilled and you want to plant native grass, if you do that, you've created ESHA, and you probably won't be able to do anything with what you've restored. So that disincentivizes restoration. We really wanted to have some sort of a system in place where a landowner could come to the county, cite the condition of his land or set a record of it, get a permit to do the restoration, with the understanding that any further permits for that area would be evaluated based on the pre-restoration status and not encumbered by the ESHA that you've created. That's a serious problem because it's really preventing some restoration that we think would otherwise occur. And then the other, there's one other that's not mentioned here, but we wanted to make sure that the permit streamlining system, I think it's called PIR, is that correct, David? Partners in Restoration, yeah. Which is applicable in the inland area, be applicable in the coastal zone. And let me say a couple things about the coastal zone and the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Act makes it very clear that the local government is to determine the precise content of its local coastal plan, and the Coastal Commission's review is limited to saying what in that plan is inconsistent with the Coastal Act. I think my colleagues feel we want to present to the commission through this process a plan that the local people developed, and we did that at GAVPAC. We determined, and then the Coastal Act, it says the precise content. We determined the precise content that will come out of this process. We don't think that it's appropriate to try to second guess what the Coastal Commission may or may not want. We want to go to the commission with that locally determined plan as the Coastal Act provides. So while we realize there's probably going to be opposition to the Partners in Restoration program applying in the coastal zone, that in our view does not mean we shouldn't try to get it. And that partners, do all of you know what the Partners in Restoration? Okay. It is a one-stop permit process. There are programmatic permits issued. I think it's to the RCD, which is the permitting agency, which set forth a number of very specific restoration projects that can be undertaken with a one-stop permit. And a good example is replacing a culvert with a bridge on a small creek. The standards can be clearly enunciated and approved by all the myriad of agencies that might be involved if you went the standard way of processing that. But in this, under this program, the permits issued by the RCD under those standards. So we want to see that in the coastal zone. And the last thing is we did vote to delete the ARC ordinance. That was the clustering ordinance that would have applied only to the Coho-Halama Ranch. We voted to delete that because its effect would have been to create potentially something like a suburban subdivision in one part of the ranch and preserve the rest of it, but the prospect of that suburban subdivision somewhere on that ranch of several hundred homes did not appeal to us. So we voted to delete that, but we coupled that with the direction that there should be a clustering or internal TDR ordinance developed so that there could be a similar or a uniform means by which clustering might be promoted in Gaviota, and not just one ordinance that applied to, oh, thank you, to one property. So I guess the recommendations that we would leave you with are as follows. Remove the development standards NS3 and 4. Put forth as firm a commitment as you can to complete the incentive portion of the plan on a defined timetable. Eliminate the designation of the ubiquitous plant species as ESHA in terms of their effect on agriculture. Restored the exemptions in the coastal zone for the agriculture tiered permit system. And let me explain a little further about that. The tiered permit system is very important to this working landscape concept that is a major goal of the plan. We understand with the Coastal Commission, the word exemption's a dirty term, and they don't like to hear it, and they call it a categorical exclusion. And there is a process by which certain activities can be excluded from a permit process under a categorical exclusion. I understand from staff that the county will be going to the Coastal Commission on a LCP-wide basis to establish the categorical exemptions, and there may be some specific ones for Gaviota that would be apart from others, but in any event, it's a separate process with the Coastal Commission. So how that moves forward is a technical matter, but we just feel it's important that it does move forward. And in short, we really want to see the balance that we tried to achieve respected and protect the resources and enable the working landscape. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Harris, any comments or?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have anything to add at this point. So you may want to just proceed into public comment unless you have questions of the GAV pack.
Okay. Commissioner. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I would just like to ask Mr. Kimball, could you talk a little bit more about the incentives? Just, I mean, all I've heard of, is this idea of, if your property owner gives a, an easement for a trail, there might be this residential second unit. You mentioned some restoration, planting native grasses. What were some of the other incentives that your group came up with? Just very briefly.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, I think Mark would like to speak to that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, my name is Mark Lloyd, Vice Chair of the committee. Incentives were a key element in our overall discernment of the plan. And one of the reasons for that is, and I think the Gaviota plan is somewhat unique, I've been involved in a number of general plan updates and as an observer of them, a participant in them in both Santa Barbara County and all over Southern California. And my experience is that general plans usually are implementing more development within a planning area. You have up zones for urban areas, you're creating more infrastructure, more roadways, more housing, more of everything. This plan was a plan not to create more, and in fact, to create less development out on the Gaviota coast, less infrastructure issues, and really a planned concept to meet that goal we have of sustaining the rural character of this area. With that, from an operational standpoint, there are perhaps goals and objectives to obtain, such as public benefit things, such as public trails and things of that nature. And so, and also keep in mind that within the plan, there was really no rezones of private property at all. There were no upzonings, no downzonings, and the only major rezone was the designation of mountainous zoning for public lands or governmental lands. So what you lack in the ability to implement many of the plan policies is discretionary permits which allow government to exact exactions from the applicant, such as getting trails in a subdivision or a development plan, such as getting open space designations. You don't really have the process to achieve the exaction of those goals, as you would in most other general plans and the policies and criteria set forth to have the development that is foreseen by the plan. So we saw that incentives were very important for two distinct purposes. One is to have the ability to have voluntary cooperative exactions, if you will, from property owners to benefit the public, and then also incentives to incentivize the property owners to keep that rural character of the property. So within those things, you asked what additionally there was. I think that the residential second unit, or in fact the ability for a property owner to have a second residential structure on their property, is seen as a benefit. And the benefit of that is one or more reasons, such as having extended family live on the property and have generational acquisition of the land for farming and sustaining that in the character that is. We think that's a really important thing. The other important issue here, and this goes across the fabric of these incentives, is a manner to establish ways for property owners to have alternative income streams. Okay? Agriculture is a difficult thing to do, and we've all heard the joke that the best way to make $1 million at it is to start with $2 million. But the issue here is that it's a risky proposition, and there needs to be other means of revenue generation for these property owners in order for them to stay on the land. And we think that the evidence shows they've been good stewards of the land. All you have to do is drive up and down our coast to see that. And so the incentive program to us is the real key for sort of these foundational purposes I just enunciated. I hope that answered your question.
If I could just add one statement to that. It isn't just using the residential second unit. That's sort of what it looks like as you read the materials. But it's incentivizing restoration, for example, as I explained to you, or incentivizing clustering as a tool. Those are other examples of where incentives are designed to encourage good behavior.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I have two questions, and one is first is a follow-on to Mr. Lloyd's comments. As I recall, and staff may have to correct my faltering memory here, that when we looked at the incentives some time ago, there was difficulty in categorizing or coming up with standards that would be appropriate, not for the RSUs or for the additional income streams, but for things like restoration, things like that. In your work, Mr. Lloyd, and attending many of these meetings, have you come up with any other ideas about incentives that might be helpful as we move forward here?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, yes, I think that there are a number of other incentives. I think clustering of development rights is also a very valuable thing that has multidimensional benefits to the community. One, it helps us place development in areas that are most appropriate for it as determined by the policies that will be developed by the plan. And, you know, from our strenuous visual resources effort, we think we've done a really good job at what we saw as a priority is screening development as much as possible from the view sheds. And so if you have an incentive for somebody to go into a process that doesn't otherwise exist, people come in for a land use permit or a coastal development permit, they're entitled to the priority uses in that permit, one single family house on a parcel. where in fact that parcel may have beneficial building sites that accomplish the visual resource goals. The incentive of having that TDR program to do internal TDRs are very important to that. And that is in fact a process that is not available now, and one that could have many residual benefits to our community and the property owners.
And as you recall, during the Santa Barbara Ranch process, we considered that, the TDR, and
Well, in fact, there is the TDR policy that exists for the Santa Barbara Ranch project.
Right.
It's localized to just that, that land form or that set of legal parcels.
Okay. My other question has to do with revenue streams, and one of the things that the GAVPAC recommended was small-scale campgrounds. And as we see that it's not quite as simple or straightforward as I think probably what was envisioned, here needing septic and potable water and some other things. So what was the thinking of the GAVPAC concerning these small-scale campgrounds? Because as you can see here, what's being allowed is up to 30 RVs, and to me that's not small scale. Is there some other what? Can you flesh this out of what the discussions were so that we can have some idea of, you know, what the extent of this was? Because if it's a 30 RVs on one property, that's a lot. That's not a small-scale campground. So perhaps you can...
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, there was a lot of discussion about the camping issue. I tended to look at it as a process that was flushing out opportunities that would further develop through the plan process. And as Chair Kimball said, we ran into time constraints in order to flush those things out. Certainly our discussions recognized that there were potential conflicts between the outlooks of various constituencies and stakeholders in regards to these densities, locations, and elsewhere. So again, my viewpoint, and I think my colleagues' viewpoint, was we were trying to scratch, if you will, the concept of generating alternative revenue streams, and did not have the benefit to flush that out entirely. I certainly recognize that your example was, I think, one of our more difficult ones.
Okay. Well, so it seems to me it's an issue of scale here.
Indeed.
You weren't envisioning 30 RVs, I don't think, on a piece of ag property. I think you were envisioning 5 or 4 or something less that would be less sort of intensive. I guess, I don't know. You haven't given us anything, and we haven't heard anything, so.
Well, I don't want to get into the weeds on design issues, and certainly every site is unique, but I do think that, and we always have limits in our plans and our standards,
right.
and certainly those need to be flushed out as they may apply to anything. And I don't want to open up any other wounds, but revenue generation can come through a lot of different things. We've talked about the vacation home issues that you are developing in the county, conditional use permit uses such as weddings and everything. These are substantial revenue generators for ranch owners, and I think there is the potential that in the landforms and settings of the Gaviota Coast with large parcels, not direct interaction with neighbors, some of these things could be achieved with the overriding goal being alternative revenue streams for owners.
Okay, thank you.
So this needs the work that Mr. Kimball pointed out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, GAVPAC. We'll move on to public comment now, and we'll do 3 minutes. We'll start with Rosario Perry, followed by Lee Moldover.
I'm Rosario Perry. I represent myself and my wife. I had sent a letter into you Monday, I'm sure. I don't know if you got a chance to read it. It was a little late. It's a little long, and I'm sorry about that. But what I tried to do in the letter is answer some of the questions which I think Mr. Lloyd and Commissioner were talking about. What do we need to incentivize the farmers to stay farmers in the Gaviota, in the Goleta Valley? So I did what I thought a pretty good study on the cost of water, which I think is the driving motivation in keeping farmers on the land or making them churn to other uses. And the expensive water, as I started to research expensive water, it struck me that what we're not talking about is the scarcity of water. Now, it's easy to find the expensive water because the Santa Barbara County grand jury did a study, and I spelled that out in my letter. And it's interesting, my study shows that farmers in the valley are paying approximately $4.80 all in, one for 1 HCF, 1 hectare, 100 cubic gallon. So, excuse me, 100 cubic feet. So when we look at the Goleta Water District's study itself of what water costs, they say that an average farmer in the Goleta Valley uses 1.5 acre feet per year per acre. So I did the calculations and I compared to the 2010 cost of water, and what we come up with is a farmer on a 100-acre farm today is spending approximately $241,000 more for water than he was in 2000, and than he or she was in 2010. That's for a study on avocado use, because avocado and lemon use is approximately 90% of the farm acreage use for the Goleta Valley. So how does that farmer make up that loss, especially when we did some more study and showed avocado sales are down this year? There's a tremendous amount of fertilizer costs are up. I mean, it just goes on and on. So how do they make up for that loss? Well, the idea is alternative income for the farmer on the farm, and it has to be something that allows this type of loss to be made up, or what's going to happen is the farmers are going to shut down. Well, interesting when you read the Goleta Water District's plan for how they want water to be treated in the valley. They're paying farmers to take agriculture out of production. They have this Cash for Crops program, which we discussed in my letter, and they're paying $1,200 an acre per year not to grow. So what farmers are doing are they're taking their avocado orchards and they're actually whitewashing the trees, and they are getting paid. They don't pay for the water, and they're getting paid some type of subsidy. So what we have is we have the Goleta Water District policy, direct contradiction to what we think we want our policy to be, and that is continued agricultural use in the valley. Let me cut some of this out. So I did a further study because I think the answer is, or the question is, what do we have to give the farmer to let him continue to farm in the valley? So the staff recommends 10 temporary events per year in their study. Now that is like 10 weddings. I anticipate, or I've studied that, and I think that
Mr. Perry, we've got a long day ahead of us,
all right.
so I
I
need
got
you
50
to
seconds left,
stick
or
to
am
it, okay?
over?
You
Sorry,
are
okay.
over.
So can I just sum up in a half a minute?
Quickly.
So what I'm saying is, if you're going to let the farmer keep farming, you ought to allow 50 campsites, but limit it to only transportation. In other words, you have to shuttle people in, which I think would work. No campground, no campers, cars, and also 50 temporary events, because with temporary events, that's probably a substantial number of weddings, but again, have them all be bussed in, and that would bring, my figures bring, it would help reduce the cost that the farmer is now incurring, additional costs. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Lee Moldover, followed by Otis Kaled.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Lee Moldover for the Citizens Planning Association, 56 years young and growing. We are here to recommend, with the changes and definitions brought by the staff, the certification of the EIR and asking the Commission to move the GAV plan to the Board of Supervisors for review and hopefully adoption. I'm going to confine my comments to three key areas, besides the fact that there was significant interest in an incentive plan, but we did not have the time to choose between the three options. So that's something you're going to have to wrestle with. Number one, if you look at the Korean Peninsula, there's been an armistice there, not a peace treaty, and negotiations have been going on for 63 years now, because sometimes you reach a point where people of brains and goodwill just cannot agree on some key issues. And I think that's why they have the expression, the perfect is the enemy of the good. And the GavPAC and the staff have made heroic efforts over the years. The conversation has been going on in depth for 10 years. And the fact that there's still some ideas that aren't fully fleshed out, 10 years from now, we still might not be able to have some ideas that are fleshed out. That's why they say the perfect is the enemy of the good. Number two, page 17 of the summary on house size limits. We still believe that the 5,000 square foot ceiling would reduce cumulative and specific impacts for grading, water, light intrusion, road services, noise, and the overall footprint. That's double the historic average. If you look at the Sexton House or the Stowe House, you see how many times larger a 5,000 foot limit would be for what has gone before. Number three, we would consider, with all due respect to the State Department of Transportation, that if you look at the SBCAG traffic volume forecasts over the next 20 years for the Gaviota Coast, they do not warrant elevating 101 in the area of the Gaviota Coast Protection Plan from a rural expressway to a suburban freeway with all the disruption that that entails. So our 3 points are approve the EIR with the staff input and definitions, move it on to the board. Please consider seriously the 5,000 foot housing limit, because true ranchers and farmers don't need much more than that. And please recommend that 101 in the Gaviota Coast area remains a rural expressway and not a full service freeway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. My name is Otis Califf. I'm speaking for the CRATAC. I'm a member of the Gaviota Coast Subcommittee, CRATAC, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. We've sent you a letter that suggests to improvements to improve the consistency and clarity of the draft plan. 20 years from now, we don't want to have this kind of misunderstanding. What was the intention of the plan? What was the intention of the local coastal plan? We provided specific suggestions for actions and language that will make it easier for you and staff to make significant improvements. The 1982 LCP outlines the county's aspirations for the acquisition and development of public recreational facilities, specifically for trails, campgrounds, and picnic areas. In 35 years, none of these goals have been achieved, except perhaps the bike path between El Capitan and Refugio, which is now impassable. We fear that if the language of the draft plan is not straightened out, if specific actions are not outlined, and if tools for implementation are not listed as set down in our letter, in 40 years, we will be in exactly the same place we are right now. Of course, there will be a lot of housing out there by that time. Imagine 75 or 80 years with nothing significantly happening for the public benefit. That span is equal to the length of the entire modern era in Santa Barbara. It's almost my lifetime. I'd like to mention two planning tools that should receive special note in the draft plan. And one is the specific plan. We've talked about that repeatedly over the last year. We've brought it up a number of times. It is used for planning everywhere and will give you a great deal of flexibility on the Gaviota Coast, where the challenges for real estate development of those large properties is certainly very complex. It should be mentioned specific in the Gaviota plan. And then the CRATAC supports GavPAC's aspirations for the some kind of a really good set of tools for incentives. Last year, Chair Farini asked me personally about what were these incentives, and I never provided a satisfactory response, and I felt guilty about that ever since. But I think it's so important. It's a county-wide issue. It's come up with the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. There should be, I think, a county-wide policy, and it merits a really serious study. Okay. We fear that if the language of the draft plan is not straightened out, if specific actions are not outlined, and if tools for implementation are not listed, in 40 years we'll be in exactly the same place as we are right now. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Troutwine, followed by Peter Pierce. I'm just calling them in order. You can
Chair,
come back.
can we have Alicia Rossler, our staff attorney, go before me?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to do them right in order, okay?
We
Thank
submitted
you.
them in order, sir.
So you have, who's your other one?
Alicia Rossler.
Okay. Alicia Rossler, followed by Brian Troutwine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion there. Good morning. EDC has been involved in the Gaviota Plan from the very beginning of the process, participating in many of the GAVPAC and committee meetings in order to ensure that the Gaviota Coast Plan protects and preserves all of Gaviota's resources. I'd like to mention that the GAVPAC was represented about 11 out of 13 were landowners. It was not a complete cross-section of the community. As noted in our letter, EDC supports additional allowed uses on ag parcels such as farm stays and farm stands that came out of some of these recommendations. However, the version of the plan that evolved from the process did not serve the community. Instead, it gave short shrift to many valued community resources, such as sensitive habitats and recreation. As Brian Troutwine will address, in many instances, the proposed plan provides far less ash protection than any other community plan in Santa Barbara through policy exemptions and selective zoning. But first, I'll address 3 issues to help the plan achieve a more balanced resource protection and serve the entire community. While both the plan and the draft EIR assured the public that Gaviota's onshore oil and gas fields would soon be abandoned and restored, the plan concedes that newer production techniques would invigorate production. These newer production techniques, according to oil and gas proponents, could propose fracking or steam injection, a process that in North County has resulted in hundreds of polluting oil seeps. Fracking and other enhanced oil extraction techniques were never contemplated in any of the existing oil and gas uses in the plan and should be prohibited in Gaviota by amending policy TEI 12. Second, the RSU and incentives program has yet to disclose the potential number of RSUs allowed, and the final EIR still doesn't provide an analysis of all the increased development. To ignore RSU build-out in the plan's EIR will result in the unlawful piecemeal review of reasonably foreseeable development. Lastly, the plan must be consistent with the Coastal Act, or the LCP will, again, not be eligible for certification by the Coastal Commission. We recognize and support staff's recommendation to drop permit exemptions in the coastal zone for this very reason. However, there are additional plan policies that are inconsistent with the Coastal Act, such as the plan's wetland policies. The Commission has written several letters to the county providing advice on how to strengthen numerous policies of the plan to achieve consistency, many which were incorporated in Alternative 1, yet not added, such as the exclusion of principally permitted uses, which was what held up the county LCP 5 years ago from being adopted. We urge the Commission to take the time now to ensure that the plan is consistent with the Coastal Act, to not waste taxpayer money and time by proposing a plan that will not be able to be certified. Next, I'll turn it over to Brian. Thanks.
Brian Troutwine, followed by Peter Pierce.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine of the EDC. I will address the Gaviota Coast Plan's inadequate ESH protections, and I will identify EDC's recommendations to ensure ESH protection is at least as strong as other plans. As you know, there is extremely high biodiversity in Gaviota in relation to other places throughout the world. Gaviota's mountains are largely undeveloped, and they still retain many natural resources, watersheds, and rare species. However, the plan's build-out at the expense of natural resources poses significant impacts to Gaviota's biological resources. The EIR identifies Class 1 significant unavoidable impacts to 28 unmapped sensitive vegetation communities, 20 sensitive plant species, and at least 68 sensitive wildlife species. EDC has identified feasible mitigation measures, some from other community plans, to lessen these impacts as required under CEQA. We applaud the recent policy change to make the ESH exemptions consistent with the rest of the county's plans, a one-time rather than an annual exemption. But this was only one of several problems with the ESH ordinance. There are 4 ways that EDC has recommended better protecting ESH and mitigating impacts to biological resources. The first is mapping ESH. The Gaviota Plan does not map it, as do the other plans, the Mission, the Toro Canyon, the Eastern Goleta Valley, and Goleta community plans. They all map ESH, and that's needed to notify landowners where the ESH is located so they can avoid it or seek a permit before they remove it. The second recommendation is agriculture in the inland area on ag-zoned parcels. Except for limited development, ag on inland ag-zone parcels is exempt from the ESH protection policies and the ESH ordinance. Since most of the inland parcels are zoned ag activities that pose the greatest threat to ESH, such as land clearing, will be allowed to remove ESH with no permit or limitation. Now, in order to balance ESH protections with agriculture, EDC proposes a compromise of a flexible agricultural permitting system with much larger permit triggers and smaller buffers. So instead of a 5,000 square foot trigger, we propose 5 acres. This is a 50-fold increase in the permit trigger in order to benefit agriculture. The third recommendation is the ESH GAV ordinance. It should be applied on a per parcel, not a it should be applied on a per holding basis, rather than a per parcel basis, so that ESH exemptions are not exploited by owners of contiguous parcels. The intent of the ESH ordinance is to preserve ESH areas. Nowhere in the ordinance does it mention the word parcels, so it should not be applied on a per parcel basis. And lastly, our fourth recommendation, mountainous zoning. Of all the community plans with mountainous areas, Gaviota is the only one that refuses to protect mountainous private parcels. The other plans all do it, this one doesn't. And under mountainous zoning, agriculture would still be allowed and in fact is exempt on lesser slopes, but ESH would also be protected from agriculture in the mountainous zone. So in conclusion, as it stands, the plan only proposes to designate public federal lands as mountainous, lands that the county has no control over, rendering the mountainous Gaviota zone district absolutely meaningless in this context. Why does Gaviota's mountainous terrain deserve any less protection than the rest of Santa Barbara County? Thank you.
Peter Pierce, followed by Chris Manlin White.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I've been a farmer in the area in Gaviota for 5 years, and I've lived in Goleta, the 93117, since the late 80s. First off, Mr. Kimball already kind of brought up something that was a concern of mine, and I'm glad that other people are addressing things. I'm pleased, actually, since the last meeting to see how things progress. As a farmer, I would like to create habitats that are going to become sensitive areas. But I don't want to shoot my landlord in the foot and have him unable to do anything with those areas after I create them. It's in my interest, but there's no incentive there to actually do this. So thank you for bringing that up. That was already a concern. My other intention was to bring in my firefighter friend from Big Sur. He was unable to come because he's fighting too many fires right now, working 16 hours. More or less, he said within the last year or two, they're getting 500 or more campers on a weekend in the public in the non-paying campgrounds, and his job description never included writing citations for illegal campfires. Now he's spending most of his time driving around, citing people and stopping campfires. There was a big topic of discussion the last meeting, the possibility of the public starting fires. And so I see there's a demand for camping. I see the local farmers need additional revenue. And I think that the locals who live on the land are going to be better stewards and watch these campers. So please allow more activities for the agricultural worker, the farmers. They need to be able to host these campgrounds, and it doesn't need to be such a big public thing. That's going to create more problems than anything. It's a win-win if you let the local landowners run more campgrounds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris White, followed by Susan Petrovich.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Chris Mainland White. I'm on the board of the Santa Barbara Audubon Society. And I'm here to let you know that the Audubon Society considers this important. We want to support 2 points that were made by Brian of the EDC. One of them is that we've seen in all of the information so far that everybody considers stewardship of this area important, particularly or including the natural resources. So we really support mapping and inventorying of the area. If it's not well mapped, if it's not well inventoried, we don't have the data, we don't know how to protect what we don't even know we're trying to protect. So we want to support that mapping take place with people who know what they're looking at. And secondly, we want to support the idea of designation of anything over 40% as mountainous. It's like, well, we're not going to call it mountainous here, even though by definition 40% is mountainous. That we call it a mountain if it's a mountain, and we treat it that way because those rules or those standards that apply to the mountainous areas were done by intelligent people for good reason, and if it's sensitive, let's treat it as sensitive. Now, this is the first time I've been here. I want to thank all of you for this impressive, well-intentioned work. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Petrovich, followed by Bob Keats.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Susan Petrovich with the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. I have a couple of things that I wanted to say to you regarding the plan, regarding the GAVPAC intentions, and regarding many of the comments here today. One of the things that has gotten lost in a lot of this discussion is the original vision of the Gaviota PAC. Their vision was never to have a community plan. This is not a community plan. This is a rural area. It's not suburban. It's not urban. It is rural. And the whole vision of the plan was to keep it rural. And so anything you hear people suggesting that affects that will change what you see out there today to an alarming degree. I believe that Otis is wrong. It's been 30 years since we worked on the original LCP, and the character of this area has not significantly changed. I think our goal is to not allow it to significantly change, and that was the goal of everybody participating in, well, most everybody participating in the Gaviota plan. One of the most important parts of achieving that vision is balance. And Mr. Kimball referenced balance. Balance in how you treat agriculture, public access, and environmental resources. Those three legs are like three legs of a stool, and the stool cannot stand without giving all of them equal importance. And one of the things that we saw in this EIR and in the proposed changes to the plan by the staff is that agriculture gets short shrift and access becomes primary as an objective. That's not right. That is not what the Coastal Act proposes, and we do not believe it should be in the plan. Next is the agricultural element. The agricultural element was adopted by this county. Now, I keep hearing, oh, well, we never specifically adopted in the coastal zone. It has been a keystone for how you treat agriculture. And yet when I saw the ag policies, in many cases, the language was revised to water down the ag element. And I'll be presenting a paper that goes into more detail. And then finally, the incentives. The incentives, unfortunately, were cut short, not because the GABPAC thought they were unimportant, but because the staff came in and announced your time on this plan has been cut, your budget's been cut, you have to hurry up and finish this plan. The incentives just had not yet even been addressed when that occurred. And so they had to finish the work they were doing and already had underway. The incentives presented to the staff for further work, because the staff said, well, this is going to be a problem implementing, were very detailed and covered a wide range of potential things, but the staff obviously didn't think it was important enough. So we hope you will think it's important enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Keats, followed by Landon Stableford.
Chairman Farini and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Keats, and I'm a member of the Santa Barbara chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. I've been involved with Gaviota Coast issues since 1991, and I served as president of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy from 1996 to 1999. The Santa Barbara chapter of Surfrider has a long, continuous history of involvement in Gaviota Coast issues dating back almost 25 years. As a result of that long involvement and commitment to protecting the natural environment of the Gaviota Coast, Surfrider submitted a conservation project alternative, and I'm very pleased that a number of the policies from the conservation alternative are included in the final EIR, particularly in Project Alternative 2. I was especially gratified that Alternative 2 was deemed to be the environmentally preferred alternative, and I urge you to include the policies of Alternative 2 in the Gaviota Coast Plan. For a more extensive explanation of Surfrider's recommendations, I would like to refer you to the letter submitted on behalf of Surfrider by the law firm of Shute, Mahaley & Weinberger. I would also like to highlight 3 specific areas of concern to Surfrider. The first is access to the beach. There is a history of informal use of vertical beach access trails on the eastern Gaviota Coast that goes back over 50 years. And it's important that the Gaviota Coast Plan recognize and protect these significant beach access trails. The second issue is the viewshed corridor. There are extraordinary views of the Gaviota Coast from numerous publicly accessible viewing locations outside of the coastal zone, and the views from these locations should be included in the viewshed overlay. These locations include roads on the north side of Highway 101 that extend toward the San Ynez Mountains, such as Refugio Road, as well as views from West Comuniciello. The third issue is the size of non-agricultural development projects. Given that applications have been submitted for individual estates that each would be over 10,000 square feet, including one for 14,000 square feet, I believe it is necessary to establish a size limit. Such large estate projects would undoubtedly have significant visual impacts. Surfrider is recommending that primary residences should not exceed 3,000 square feet and that residential development should not exceed 5,000 square feet per legal parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Landon Stableford, followed by Mark Wilkinson.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Planning Commission. My name is Lanny Stableford, and I've lived on the sacrosanct Gaviota Coast for 43 years, almost every day taking care of an avocado orchard and a herd of Texas Longhorn cattle. Many of my neighbors have been here for generations. Together, our land comprises some 80,000 acres with an average of 1 home per square mile. That includes the more dense housing at Hollister Ranch. I believe this represents the extent of possible development on the coast. There is virtually nowhere else available for future residential development. Opportunities for the public to enjoy the subtropical climate of this Mediterranean working landscape exist in 3 state parks located just miles apart, like nowhere else in California, and 3 hotels welcoming guests. Given the proximity of the recent Sherpa fire, and God bless the firefighters, I have concerns about the next time we have a big fire, as my place last burned in 1956. Should I lose my home, will I be allowed to rebuild in kind under the new proposed regulations? Despite assurances from Noel Angle that this will be permissible, the outbuildings important to the ranch operations would be an entirely different matter. The 1,300-page land use EIR for the coastal segment of the 3rd District seems to bear little resemblance to what was discussed by in the GPAC meetings. Imposing ESH and mountainous overlays and hiking trail easements, downzoning to 320-acre minimums, were all rejected by the GAVPAC. Perhaps long-range planners have been channeling the ghost of Selma Rubin. It seems the long-range land use plan here represented is pardon me, I've kind of lost my place. The focus of the plan is more to promote over time the recreational and public access of at the expense of and sacrifice of agriculture and private property rights. I implore you to send the long-range planners back to revisit the good work of the GAVPAC. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns.
Thank you. Mark Wilkinson, followed by Dean Plaister.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. My name is Mark Wilkinson. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. The Trails Council was established almost 5 decades ago to protect and maintain hundreds of miles of trails all across Santa Barbara County for all types of nature-based recreation. Today, we're doing much more than that. We're working in collaboration with national, state, county, and city agencies and other community organizations to plan, construct, and maintain the county's trail infrastructure. For 2 years, we've been working with the National Park Service on a program called Healthy People, Healthy Trails, in partnership with healthcare organizations such as Cottage Hospital and Sansom Clinic. We're also partnering with the U.S. Forest Service on 2 3-mile long trail projects in the Los Padres National Forest, one above Carpinteria, the second in the Gaviota Plan area. We support California State Parks by maintaining trails in the 3 state parks on the Gaviota Coast. We're very proud of our work with County Parks Division. Currently, we're working on building new trails at Rice Ranch and in Santa Maria, and we're also working on improvements to Barone Ranch, which is located in the plan area. Of course, over these hearings, there's been some doubt cast as to whether trails are being constructed to well-established standards. Our experience has been that trail construction projects typically follow U.S. Forest Service trail standards. We construct trails to U.S. Forest Trail standards, so we can attest that those standards are not being eroded. We comply with all existing local, state, and federal environmental regulations. For example, we engage professional environmental service firms to prepare NEPA and CEQA reports for our projects, so those standards are not being eroded. We even comply with the Coastal Act and policies established by the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Conservancy. For the Elwood Mesa Trail Project, we've raised and spent almost $200,000 to conform to the standards established to secure a coastal development permit, let alone build the trails, for a couple of miles of dirt trails. Those standards are not being eroded. Most importantly, we comply with the existing county standards for trails and stream corridors that were established in the 1982 Coastal Land Use Plan. For those who are not familiar with Policy 9-38, a policy that was established 34 years ago, it begins, no structure shall be located within the stream corridor except public trails, dams for necessary water supply projects, flood control projects, etc., etc. Those standards are not being eroded. We support standards and policies that make our community a better place to live, now and in the future. We owe that to earlier generations who stepped up in the last century to protect and maintain the natural resources we enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Plaister, followed by Ken Pally.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Dean Plaister. I'm a member of the Executive Committee of Surfrider Santa Barbara. And I'd basically just like to underscore the points made by Bob Keats that Surfrider has proposed the environmentally preferred alternative and the many good ideas in that need to be put into the plan. Most specifically, the limit on the size of development, the 3,000-foot limit should be enough for any family, especially given the character of the coast as it is already. Beach access, once again, is important for us as surfers and as all the citizens of Santa Barbara who want to reach the beautiful beaches of the Gaviota Coast. So the vertical access is important as well as the lateral access. And I think that's most of my points. Just that we need to make this plan as strong as possible for the protection of the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ken Pally's up, but
Chairman for
hang
any
on one
commission.
sec. Okay, hang on. So it's recommended. Does anybody have to leave before 12:30 or 1, or everybody okay?
It's too late. I already got charged for my parking, so.
Okay. Well, we're trying to produce more revenue
Okay.
over there, so.
And my wife wants to know when I'm coming home for lunch. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Anyway, Chairman Freeney, Commissioners, my name is Ken Pally. I'm also on the Executive Committee of Surfrider Foundation. I've been surfing, hiking, watching, swimming, generally enjoying the Gaviota Coast for many decades. It's one of the reasons that I love to live in Santa Barbara. I'm sure many of us are in the same case, are in the same situation. You know, I greatly respect the landowners and the ranchers and the farmers who actually are excellent stewards of the Gaviota Coast. And there's a conflict to some extent between the desire to stay on the land and be able to afford to continue to practice agriculture and ranching versus having to sell because they can't make a living, and I respect that. However, I'd also like to point out that the community at large is a more abstract concept, yet the community of Santa Barbara, the state of California, the entire world actually needs places like the Gaviota Coast, and their vote is a little harder to get. Their interests are a little bit harder to represent. You know, this is supposedly the GAV plan is supposed to it's designed to help with the preservation of the rural and agricultural nature of the Gaviota Coast, and that's a fantastic idea. I cannot envision how houses of 10,000 square feet, even 5,000 square feet, can possibly be compatible with that vision. Surfrider is recommending 3,000 square feet. That seems more reasonable. 5,000 would be the maximum upper limit. I would urge you not to endorse any policy that allows greater housing size than that square. I would also point out that public access to this beach, it's enshrined in the Coastal Act, and any policies that restrict vertical access or failure to support vertical access are probably not in the interest of the community at large, which I would assume that this board and the government of the Santa Barbara County has to be protecting the general interests of the wider community. Not all of us can afford to have land out there, and a lot of us did not inherit land from our ancestors. And so our voice may not be heard in many cases with other than through the mechanism of Audubon, Surfrider Foundation, and other organizations of that sort. So thank you for your time. Good day.
Okay,
Good
thank
lunch.
you. Lauren Loyenike? All right. Followed by Kevin Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the boards. My name is Lauren Lyndike. I own Santa Barbara Organics. I do farm management for about 20 years in Santa Barbara County. I've been a resident of the Gaviota Coast, surfing, enjoying the coast. So we're all on the same page here. We want to protect this really valuable resource. And I think you alluded to the elephant in the room, Mr. Chair, when you said we're trying to increase revenue here. And the elephant in the room is the inheritance tax, in my opinion. While this is a federal issue, I think that the county assessor potentially could help landowners who are looking at succession here, where we have one generation passing and then potentially having to come up with 40% of the value of their land in taxes, this is actually disincentivizing and pushing agriculture out of Gaviota, because ranchers and farmers are already stressed with water prices and the artificial inflation of land values through the inheritance tax and through McMansions. And we see these, this is related to the house size, if there are no limits on housing size, this is going to increase the property values, and that's actually going to push agriculture further out of reality for Gaviota. So I think this is a really big issue, that maybe an incentive is the county can decrease land taxes for farmers and ranchers who are willing to follow best management practices for managing ESHA, et cetera. And I would just like to make a statement regarding ESHA. I personally view all land as ESHA. All land is environmentally sensitive habitat, in my opinion. And if a farmer is creating ESHA, then they shouldn't be penalized for that. And that's been represented many times. There is a movement in agriculture called regenerative agriculture and agroecology, which looks at creating habitat for native species at the same time as providing food and having agricultural practices. So this is actually a global movement. The United Nations is promoting agroecology as one of the solutions to climate change and feeding the world. So we need to find, there's a middle ground there, and I think it's really challenging because there's obviously some conflicts of interest there, but I would say that agriculture and ESHA can exist simultaneously, and there just needs to be some standards and best management practices for how they do so. And I would say that existing ESHA shall not be destroyed, but if any farmer creates ESHA, they shall not be penalized. So any ESHA that is created should be exempt from these regulations. And I wanted to address farm worker housing as well, because I think that's a really big issue. Farmers are not able to, first, just mounting the pressure on them. Now they can't have their laborers live on their property where they need them to work. So laborers are having, this is a way they can compensate laborers for cash incentives, trade rent for work on the land. So farmers are not, they don't want to see their land go away. They want to remain on the land, and my time is up, so I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Kevin Snow, followed by Phil McKenna.
Good morning, Chairman Farini and members of the Commission. My name is Kevin Snow, and I'm a member also of the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. And that committee has been in existence for a very long time. Its purpose has been to act as a form of clearinghouse for trail issues before they get to this stage, usually at the Board of Supervisors or the Planning Commission. We work in concert with the Park Department, who governs trail uses, and the controversies, when they come up, almost always have to do with, in cases of land use change, increased development, or some more intensive use project. So my purpose today is to urge you to seriously consider, your staff and yourselves, the detailed recommendations that were submitted on Monday through CRATAC, and I would like to support Otis's comments regarding the importance of including, if you were going to have a strong plan that lays out concrete methodologies for getting trails when land use change occurs, that the recommendations that we made be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phil McKenna, followed by Anna Citron.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. My name is Philip McKenna. I'm representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. The staff report for this hearing on page 9, item 4, paragraph 4, reads, the Planning Commission has the discretion to recommend changes to Policy Viz 13 to state that development within the critical viewshed corridor shall be screened to the maximum extent feasible as seen from public viewing locations rather than from Highway 101. So they are giving you, the staff is saying, you have the permission to enhance and enlarge public viewing places. The Gaviota Coast Conservancy recommends that your commission identify the railroad as a public viewing location in addition to Highway 101. Amtrak is a public corporation providing passenger rail service. The National Association of Railroad Passengers reports that in 2015, 332,047
Amtrak passengers boarded or detrained in Santa Barbara in 2015. This is a very strong indication of a high volume of traffic traveling through Gaviota Coast and certainly qualifies as a public viewing location. The Gaviota Coast is renowned for its scenic qualities. Indicative of this character, Terry Remick, program manager of the Central Coast Flyer train, has organized public excursions in vintage rail cars from Santa Barbara to San Luis Obispo. Terry provides these trips to about 700 passengers per year that specifically desire to experience the visual beauty of the Gaviota Coast. This is a strong testament to the unique visual experience of the rail passengers on the Gaviota Coast. Let me turn to house size. Thanks to staff for updating the statistical information. Since 2010, from 2010 to the present, the single-family living space has increased 28%. The living space, including garages and basements, has increased 45%. I think this clearly demonstrates the increasing house size on the Gaviota Coast. Please limit house size to 5,000 square feet and direct staff to interface with CBAR to limit the size of garages, basements, and other residential accessory structures such as pools, tennis courts, etc., to ensure compatibility with the rural landscape. 5,000 square feet is nearly 48% larger than the current average Gaviota Coast home size. This is not a punitive measure, and it is not an arbitrary limit. Do this to ensure the preservation of the rural and community character, defend agriculture economics and viability, and allow visual policies to be more effectively applied. Thank you very much.
Anna Citron, followed by Lisa Bedrogi.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy and also the Naples Coalition. First of all, I want to say thank you for staff for the very comprehensive staff memo that you prepared for this hearing. It was very helpful in that it addresses a number of the issues that we raised previously and that were raised in other public comments. First, I just want to give my 2 cents on something that's been discussed a few times up here, and that is the RSU incentives program and why it failed and what was the problem. And we have to remember that there's incentives on one side and there's benefits on the other side. And things like restoration and clustering that have been mentioned today, in addition to the others, like public trail easement dedication, those are the public benefits. The problem, as I understood it, is that on the incentive side, there was only the RSU, and nobody was able to come up with other landowner benefits that would be appropriate. And then when you're looking at an RSU, is that really proportional to habitat restoration? Well, maybe, but we'd have to look more closely at that. And it's my understanding that's why this has been deferred to a future work program item, which is where I think it belongs. So quickly, just to move to my comments here, you've heard a lot about house size and about balancing of priorities. The plan here is intended to preserve the rural character of the Gaviota Coast. To do that, we want to assist landowners in staying on the land. We also want to preserve the natural habitat, increase opportunities for public access. What you don't hear about as a priority is ensuring that people can have McMansions, that people can have their 10,000 square foot plus homes. And this is a real threat, not only to visual resources, as has been discussed, but also to the agricultural economy. And I think Mr. Lyondike put it very well in his comments. So we would urge you to take another look at limiting house size. Exactly where you come down on the number, you know, that probably open to debate. We've suggested 5,000, Surfrider has suggested 3,000. However, it's important that you do take some action here. The plan as written doesn't even discourage large homes. And this is an aspect that you must address both to reduce impacts to the maximum extent feasible, as you're required to do, even if they are already Class 2, and also to effectuate the plan's purpose. A few other points, and I do have a sheet I'll hand in to you here that clarifies a lot of this. When it comes to farm stays, there are a lot of good changes made by staff that we appreciate. We think there's additional clarification needed on registered guests, being the same as overnight guests so that we don't have a situation where you have parties during the day and food being served to registered guests that aren't staying at the night. That's a minor issue, but a larger issue is that you clarify that farm stays are the only transient lodging option on the Gaviota Coast, and that the short-term rentals that are currently being debated are not appropriate in the Gaviota Coast Plan area for all the reasons we've discussed, including mainly maintaining agriculture as the primary land use and not eroding that use with transient lodging that's unrelated to agriculture. The farm stay must be related to agriculture. There are a number of limitations built in. And if it doesn't meet all of those limitations, then it can be pursued with a CUP, which we feel is the appropriate path, as opposed to allowing short-term rentals with a land use permit that include none of the protections for agriculture. So we'd urge you to recommend or direct staff to further pursue limiting transient rentals to only farm stays. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Bedrogi, followed by Leslie Freeman.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. I have a question for you. I'm curious how many of you have seen or are familiar with the area study. The area study was done back in 2007. It stood for the Agricultural Resources Environmental and Economic Assessment. This was done while I was the Agricultural Land Use Planner in the Ag Commissioner's Office. And I urge you to take a look at this study. Unfortunately, it's no longer available on the website, so I think that's a problem. It does need to be put back on the Ag Commissioner's website. It was there for many years and then was removed when the new economic contribution study was done. But this is different. It's not necessarily an economic study. It talks about the purpose and the value of agriculture from both an economic and an environmental perspective. Now, you can't really separate the two, economic and environmental, because if we expect our ranchers and farmers to continue to stay in agriculture, it needs to be economically viable. And I'm really concerned with moving forward in this whole program without really looking at the economics associated. And that was, in fact, comments that I had submitted in the fall of 2013, urging the Board of Supervisors to do an economic assessment before moving forward with the environmental review. Nonetheless, we're here today, but I did want to point out some of the tidbits of the area study, and I do have some additional comments as well. In the conclusions and recommendations in the area study, it does call for an economic development strategy that would help the county re-engineer its business process to be flexible enough to allow for the kind of diversification that agriculture needs. Might even involve the changing of the definition of agriculture to be more inclusive of things like horses, recreation, or guest ranches. Currently, the definition only says agriculture in its raw form. For agriculture to survive in a context of urban land values and housing costs, the county must reinterpret existing policies and develop new ones to support retail and value-added agriculture as well as commodity-based wholesale agriculture. We're here today talking about an agricultural land use plan. This is much larger than the Gaviota Coast. This is important to the entire community of Santa Barbara, locally, statewide, and nationally. We need to make sure that we're looking at this pragmatically and using the tools that we have available. Now, before I get into that, I wanted to just go through a couple of my myopic comments on your attachment A. And that's in regards to some of the changes that have been suggested recently. In terms of the staff changes in attachment A, again, regarding farm stays, there's reference that food can only be provided to registered guests, which I think is fair, but I don't understand why the cost of the food needs to be incorporated into the accommodations and not charged separately. I really urge the Commission to steer clear from getting into business planning and allow business owners to figure out what's in their best interest. I think separating the charge or keeping the charge inclusive of the accommodations will put limitations on and is clearly outside the scope of land use jurisdiction. In terms of the farm stay as well, there's reference to establishment of guest education. That should be a focus of a farm stay, to educate the guests on agriculture. But it goes so far to say and actively participate in on-site agricultural activities. I think any farmer or rancher might be concerned with that, actually having people not in the know be engaged in their farming activities. But I think clearly we should be looking for an appreciation for the on-site agricultural activities.
And Ms. Bedrogi, could you wrap it up, please?
Oh gosh, I got a lot to say. I also hope that you will bring back the RAU. That is really important to all of agriculture. In terms of, again, the agricultural area assessment, I urge you to take a look at it. This is great information, and I am happy I'll have more time on September 14th to give you more comments, and I'll be also submitting them in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Les Freeman, followed by Beverly Cossart. Cossart.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name's Leslie Freeman. I live in Refugio Canyon. We've been there 60 plus years. I'm a cattle rancher. I'm not a farmer. In our neck of the woods out there, we don't have water. It stops at El Capitan Ranch Road. So the vast majority in the GAV plan doesn't have county, state water, whatever. But nevertheless, I want to bring up, well, I'm just going to bring this up right now. I need to just go put a restroom and a shower in my barn for workers when they're out spraying or doing something. I have to get a coastal development permit to put it in a barn. That's just, and I was just up there. That's why this flew out of here first. I will say that the residential agricultural unit program, which was stopped, or it ran out, sunset, whatever we want to call it, you could put it remotely on the ranch, and like on our ranch, the houses are in the canyon. It's nice to have somebody with eyes somewhere else on the ranch. And it was 3,000 square foot. You could have a family member. I think you could rent it, if I'm not mistaken. Had to be out of the coastal zone. Had to be zoned Ag 2 320. Something else I want to bring up. I had the pleasure of inheriting half the ranch. It cost me more money to inherit 700 acres than it did to buy my brother out on the coast. Now, I'll just let you guys think about that, because the property out there, unfortunately, is pretty expensive. I heard somebody bring up the Barone Ranch. You know what? It's my understanding the Barone Ranch is not a ranch anymore. All those trees are coming out, and the trail went through it. And that, I'll just leave that comment there for you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Cossart, followed by Gunnar Tatrin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I'm Beverly Boyce Cossart. I was a member of the GAV PAC, and I've also been a Gaviota resident for 39 years. I wanted to address some of Commissioner Brown's questions from earlier this morning. The first one was regarding incentives. One incentive that's been discussed since the conclusion of our meetings has been a limit on the total residential size of square footage for all allowable residences on a property. And I think Kim kind of touched on this. So, in fact, if you were allowed, say, 2 or 3 residences on your property, the total size, you would have an incentive. You would agree to limit the total size of the residences to 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 square feet, and in return for that, you would be able to have an additional residence. So that's the one point. The second was to address the small-scale campsites, and we did not flush this concept out very well in our meetings at the GAV PAC. But what we talked about was basically we were envisioning primarily tent camping for bicyclists and hike-through users and other non-motorized users, with 1 or 2 supporting vehicles. located in easily accessible sites within a day's journey. So we talked about, for example, at the corner of Highway 1 and 101, bicyclists being able to stop there after having biked through the coastal section, or hikers coming down from the Ridge Trail. So we did not really anticipate these to be campgrounds as RV parks. So it's kind of a surprise to hear the extent, thinking it through as an RV park. And finally, on a personal level, I just want to say ESHA is important. It's what makes the Gaviota Coast very special. ESHA deserves protection from all development, residential as well as recreational development, including trails. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Gunnar Tatram, followed by Paul Van Leer.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. I have far more than 3 minutes, but I'm going to commit to 3 minutes and just address a couple things. Again, like Beverly, I was on the GAVPAC committee, and the incentive programs was something that just kept getting punted down until the final line where it was we didn't have enough time. And what I hear from staff is that this is just a difficult thing to implement. So what I want to mention to you is how many incentive programs exist right now. That we're not trying to do anything new here. They're out there. There's a California landowner incentive program found at wildlife.california.gov. There's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Conservation Banking Incentive Program. Center for Conservation has an incentive program. There's a riparian tax incentive law. There's tax incentives for managing habitat, government incentives for habitat conservation, cost share funding for natural resource management practices, and a landowner incentive program found in another state. The point is that there's tons of incentive programs out there. Asking our county to build an incentive program is not thinking outside of the box. This exists all over. So we're saddened by the fact that we ran out of time on this, and we're just asking as a committee to not let this one disappear. Seeing I have another minute and a half, I want to say something about ESHA. Having grown up on the Gaviota Coast, I'm the first to admit that riparian zones, native grasses, and coastal sage chaparral are environmentally sensitive habitats. I agree. What is unfortunate is that there doesn't seem to be common sense management when we talk about ESHA. For example, willows are a coppicable species. If you don't know what that means you cut them down and they flourish. They come back more. Managing a riparian zone does not mean fencing it off and never going there. As soon as you coppice a willow, it comes back healthier. You want to grow our riparian zones, then we should be managing them. Same thing with native grasses. If my management strategies, meaning how I manage grazing, enhances native grasses, shouldn't I get a pat on the back and say, hey, you've increased your native grasses? But that's not how it works. As soon as I have more than 15% native grasses on any given pasture, boom, it's now ESHA. Fence it off, don't breathe on it, don't touch it, don't look at it. It's chaos. Same thing with chaparral. Same thing. Chaparral is a disturbance environment. It thrives from fire and other such things. So we have to be careful when we put ESHA over something when we don't have the common sense management that goes along with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Van Leer, followed by Andy Mills.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. So I got 4 points I'm concerned about. One is the exemptions in the coastal zone. If you remember, staff for ag tier activities, staff is recommending not pursuing that angle. But I've been hearing in the staff level there's some talk about category exclusions, and maybe that'd be the way to pursue that at the time it goes to the Coastal Commission. So I ask you to please make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to carry that forward, because this is a very important point where our tiered activities. We need those exemptions. If they're not called exemptions, that's fine, but let's come up with some category exclusions to make those things carry to the Coastal Commission. So that'd be one ask. Number two, retain the 40% slope for our standard for the steep slope guidelines. The staff has changed that to 30. We've always determined that to be 40. Remember, this was in lieu of any kind of zone designation. We didn't want to be zone resource management indoor mountain zone. We came up with these guidelines to protect any additional activities in those foothills, you know, as far as any expansion of orchards. So please retain the 40% slope. That's what we discussed at the Gaviota plan. That's what those guidelines are made for. Number three, the trail guiding sidelines were pretty much gutted compared to what we worked on as a collaboration effort in the plan. Both community, the GABPAC, everybody had a say on how those worked. As an example, the staff is recommending not retaining the fact that the property owner should be the one deciding what kind of fencing type you should have between the trail and your agriculture operation. The landowner should definitely be the one to decide what kind of fencing should be needed to exclude the public from, and both safety for the public and for the landowner. And then there is also, you know, the potential for a closure, and that too is for public safety. The landowner should be the one to decide if there's a situation where spraying or some dangerous condition, you should be able to close that trail if you allow it through your property. And finally, let's talk about the ESHA. If you were to have that chaparral is designated as ESHA, this is going to be detrimental to any expansion for agricultural operations. Their staff is claiming that you're exempt, but you're exempt until you have to get a permit. There's the issue. A permit is you could clear to a certain point, but if you were to make a cut of more than 3 foot or push more than 50 cubic yards, you're going to have to get a permit, and then you fall right into that same exact as any other person. So it is not exempt. ESHA is going to be detrimental to any operation for expansion. So please change that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Mills, followed by Lori Covington.
Thank you. Chairman Farini and members of the commission, I'm Andy Mills with Hollister Ranch. I don't have anything new to add to the recommendations that the GAVPAC chair and vice chair gave you. And in fact, I would say that if you accepted all those recommendations, you would get back to the plan that the community envisioned in the first place and came up with. There were two aspects to that plan in particular that I think are noteworthy. One is the tiered permit structure, where you could have scaled activities that would, for the small rancher and farmer, that would serve as ancillary profit centers. That, in this day of climate change and the prospects of periods of long-term drought, are very important, because the small farmer has got to adjust or die. So that is extremely important. The second one is the incentives program, and I've heard a lot of talk about the RSU and potentially doubling the number of homes on the Gaviota Coast. This isn't true. The GAVPAC had provided that a second unit would take the place of an ag employee dwelling or a guest house. So the planning area-wide impacts really aren't going to be as profound as one may think. And I hope that that you will go ahead with that incentives program and put some resources to it and a specified timeline, rather than just pushing it off into the indefinite future, because it will never get done. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Lori Covington coming up, and then this is the last request to speak. It says El Capitan Canyon, but there's no name on it. So, okay, so if you could come up and fill your name in, and then you're next and last.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members, staff, and community. My name is Lori Covington, and I am a member of a small organic farm on the Gaviota Coast. What I hear a lot is from people who've been in this community for a really long time, and I'm extremely new to the community. I've only been part of this small community for the last 4 years, and I have learned a lot about this very specific part of our community. I have lived in Santa Barbara County for over a decade, and to be honest, I didn't know anything about how special the stretch of Gaviota Coast was until recently. One of the main things that I've learned is that we don't have a lot of things for people to come in and to learn about this area. As far as we're talking about bringing in more campgrounds and things like that, I think it's really important that we open it up in a responsible way, so that people like myself and other people who are interested in learning about agriculture and sustainability and about these very special areas, that we give them an opportunity to learn about these things. That's how we're going to get the next generation interested. I'm also a nanny by day, and being able to bring the children that I watch out to this very unique area, I see their eyes in wonderment. I see them learning about how chickens should be running around and about different types of food that can be grown. But I also know that it's really important that we don't overload the system with too much. So instead of having a trail that goes through that's unguided and campers that can just kind of pull off that can possibly damage the neighborhood, I think it's important that we, as stewards of these properties, are able to guide them and to show what is sustainability, what are these very special ESHA areas, and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. And Jane Zimmer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jana Zimmer. I'm here today on behalf of the El Capitan Canyon Campground and Resort. You haven't heard from us in this process directly, but we have been in discussion with your staff periodically about the ways that El Capitan Canyon contributes to the Gaviota Plan area, and also about our only concern with the plan at this point, which is to make sure that the permits that El Capitan has obtained over the last 15 years remain effective and are not reinterpreted by some future commission to deprive the owners of the build-out that they had vested to. I sent in a letter this morning explaining this, and just wanted to show up here today to emphasize that concern. Also to ask you to support the staff in continuing to discuss the mechanisms that we can come up with to make sure that this gets reflected in the final work product. The other point I wanted to make too, that I don't think has been discussed very much, is that a year or so ago I ended my 4-year term on the California Coastal Commission, and I just wanted to talk for a minute about the fact that over the last 4 or 5 years, the commission itself has been working hard to try to find additional opportunities for lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. And the commission itself has held now 2 public workshops, and I think there'll be a 3rd one. And I just wanted to point out that I think it would be very helpful if you included a little bit more language in your draft Gaviota plan as it goes forward to the Coastal Commission to embrace flexibility and cooperation among the state campgrounds, county, and private owners to try to enhance the range of affordable overnight accommodations. I think that El Capitan Canyon has been a very important part of that in the past, and I know the owners want to continue to explore innovative new techniques to achieve those goals. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public comment, and we're going to take a lunch break. And can we do 45 minutes or? All right, we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you.
it too. Sorry about that. We'll reconvene now after our lunch break. And do we go to Ms. Harris or?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Now we have Deputy Fire Marshal Rob Hazard here from County Fire Department, and he is going to give a brief presentation about fire hazards in the county, and he'll be available for questions afterwards.
Okay, Ma. Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. This is basically what you're going to see now is an annual ignition report that we do every year, and it's included in our unit fire plan that CAL FIRE requires all the contract counties to submit. And basically, we plot every single wildland ignition in the county state responsibility area and in the Santa Barbara County local responsibility area. We plot them onto ArcMap and make nice, pretty maps. We get them in our unit plan, and what it does for us is it gives us an idea spatially where our fires occur, and it helps us to tailor our prevention projects around where those fires are occurring. It also gives us an idea of the different fire station districts, what they can expect in terms of future ignitions and wildfire response. In addition to plotting them, we also go through the cause, the size, and various other factors like that associated with each one of those ignitions. And what you can see on the map, we've broken it into 3 areas of the county. So all of this area where you see the red dots that's unshaded, that's the state responsibility area, combined with the Santa Barbara County Fire District local area. For example, the eastern Goleta Valley below Cathedral Oaks is Santa Barbara County Fire Department district, but not state responsibility area. All the area that you see in here and all along the Gaviota Coast is Santa Barbara County Fire Department Fire District, in addition to being state responsibility area for wildfire suppression and prevention. And of course, our department contracts with the state to provide that service. Otherwise, it would be CAL FIRE that was providing that. You see the boundary of the Los Padres National Forest here, and then you see the boundary of Vandenberg Air Force Base. So within the Los Padres National Forest and within Vandenberg Air Force Base, the direct protection responsibility for wildfire falls on the federal agencies, in this case, Los Padres National Forest. So they end up plotting the fires that occur within those jurisdictions, and they're responsible for submitting that information yearly. And all of these ignitions go into a database, and any of these fires that exceed certain acreages, then those perimeters get mapped, and they go into a database in the state system. So this is for 2015, looking at the different causes of ignitions that we have. And again, recognize that these ignitions could result in a fire that's the size of an ashtray on the side of the road, or this could be a fire that grows to thousands of acres. So this is basically all wildland ignitions, anywhere where an engine company showed up, responding to a report of fire, and found that there had in fact been an ignition. So you can see from the pie chart that vehicle starts are the most common ignition that we have, with the exception of undetermined, and I'll get to that in a minute. Some of the ignition causes that are very rare in our county is lightning. We get a couple a year. It's typically when we have the summertime thunderstorms, we'll get a few lightning starts. Smoking, believe it or not, is relatively rare. As society, smoking is less common. We just don't get a lot of incidents of an actual cause being from cigarette smoking. On the flip side, electrical, generally speaking, is one that we see a lot of. Incendiary tends to hover around 5 to 6 per year. So let's look at the undetermined. The vast majority of undetermined fires, when we plot them, they typically are occurring within 50 feet of a roadway. And most of those are within 10 feet. So we know intuitively that most of those undetermined fires were probably caused by vehicles. We just can't definitively pin that down when we do our investigation. We don't find a device, so we are pretty certain they're not arson. Without a device for it to be arson, they would probably literally have to stop their car, get out, and light the brush on fire. Typically, that's not what an arsonist wants to do. They want to have time to get away. So usually these types of fires could be assumed to be caused by a vehicle. And those are really difficult to investigate. We're talking about little hot pieces of catalytic converter or hot brake lining that when that hot object falls into the duff and grass and then causes a fire, very, very difficult to find it, especially after firefighters arrive on scene, begin dragging hose lines and doing their suppression actions. So we can assume that a lot of those undetermineds most likely are vehicle starts. And then percent for 2015, again, 33% were undetermined, 26% were vehicle starts, and then on down the line, 7% for equipment. Equipment would be power equipment that's being used. An example of a fire that started from equipment was the Zaka fire in 2007. That was a rotary saw being used to cut pipe. So that's a pretty typical wildfire start, and those statistics hover around that. So with the questions I know that are being asked about the Gaviota Coast Plan, campfire has been a question that we've fielded in the fire department. What is the risk of campfires for wildfires in our county? For 2015, it was 5%. And I'll go back to that other slide and tell you how many it was. We had 4 ignitions that were started from campfires. All 4 of those were homeless encampments. So we didn't have any campfires that were from an established campground that got out of control and started a fire. The Los Padres National Forest, they did. 2 years ago, they had the White Fire that burned back on Paradise Road. That was from an established campground. They tend to have more incidents of fires that start from campgrounds because they don't have residential populations, less vehicle traffic, but lots of recreation. So they will get more fires that tend to start from campgrounds. We have no fires that we can find in the county jurisdiction that were started by trail use. The Hasacita fire did start on a trail, but it was started by power equipment. So that was the official cause of the Hasacita, was power equipment. Okay, looking at the 2011 through 2015, so this would be the 5-year average. All CAL FIRE ranger units and contract counties in the state are required to complete a 5-year ignition analysis as part of their unit fire plan. And again, this is to help us to support prevention programs that reflect where we're actually having fires and what those causes actually are. So you can see a lot more dots. They're color-coded for the year. But you can see that they follow roughly the same pattern. Most of those dots are occurring along roadways. This is the Highway 101 along the Gaviota Coast, and here's where it comes into Buellton. This is Highway 154 merging into 101. And this is Highway 246. We have a cluster of quite a few fires that happen around Vandenberg Village. That's been a known problem. Some of those are related to arson. Specific to the Gaviota Coast Plan, most of the fires that we get in the planning area are occurring on the Highway 101 corridor, and most of those are vehicle starts. We have a few fires in the last couple years out there that were homeless encampments. Most of them are happening along the railroad right-of-way. So you have transients that are camping on the railroad right-of-way. Almost no fires in the large agricultural parcels out past Gaviota. It's very rare that we get anything out there. We look at the cause by numbers. So this would be the actual numbers of ignitions started for each of these categories. You see a big jump in the 5-year average in electrical, and this is actually more reflective of a normal year. Last year, we had fewer fires started by electrical, but on average, it's comparable with vehicles. And statewide, it's also a huge problem of a lot of wildfires being started by power lines. And that's basically electrical. The cause pretty much is power lines. It's trees into power lines. It's birds into power lines. The recent fire on the Gaviota Coast, the bar incident, that was birds that flew into a power line. And then the Ray fire, under investigation officially, but power lines were associated with the cause of that fire also. So that's a big problem. You know, it's just the nature of having a lot of energy going through copper lines over flammable landscape. So that's a big cause of fire out there in our jurisdiction. Again, you look now at the numbers of campfires, relatively low. So set over the 5 years that we were taking these records, we only had 17 fires started by campfires. Again, the vast majority of those are homeless encampments, typically in the freeway medians and along the railroad right-of-ways. That's where we see most of those. And then you can see very low incidence of any other fire starts in our county, with the exception, again, of undetermined. And those statistics for undetermined are the same for the 5-year average, that when we plot them, we can see on the map that they're occurring along roadways. And so our assumption is they're vehicle starts. We just didn't find evidence of that when we did the investigation. How do we get fire starting from vehicles? Typically, again, it's catalytic converter pieces, it's hot brakes. We get RVs that are dragging a tow chain that start multiple fires. We get trucks with hot brakes, people pulling over to the side of the road to change drivers and pulling into some dry grass. So it is a very common way that we get wildfire starts. And then by cause, again, this is the 5-year average. You can see 26% undetermined, 22% started by vehicles, and 18% started by electrical power, basically power lines, some kind of problem with a power line. And your campfire starts are at 5%. Again, we don't have any plotted fires for trail starts. We do have trails that go through our fire district. These would be trails in a lot of our open space areas, so pretty big trail network out on Moore Mesa, open space. We have the San Antonio Creek Trail that runs through Tucker's Grove all the way up to 154. There's the trail system that's up at Arroyo Hondo. And then also on the Barone Ranch, there's the completed portion that goes through the county jurisdiction. So when we look at those areas, we don't find any trail starts. We don't have any evidence of that. Again, the Forest Service keeps data on their ignitions. I know anecdotally how many fires we'd had on federal trails on the Santa Barbara front country, where we have an extensive network of trails. And 3 come to mind in the last 5 years. It would be the Hasacita fire, again, started by equipment use, by unauthorized trail maintenance, so not following best practice, doing trail maintenance during hot weather. The Gibraltar fire, most likely arson, started on a trail. And there was the Cold Spring fire a couple years ago. It's a very small fire on the Cold Springs Trail, undetermined. So those are the 3 that I know of in the last 5 years that have occurred in the Los Padres jurisdiction. Okay, looking at major wildfires in Santa Barbara County, again, looking for some commonalities for fire starts and versus acreage and correlating that with some of the more destructive fires that we've had. So if we go all the way to the bottom, we have the Refugio fire in 1955. That was caused by a structure fire. It was a generator room that caught on fire and resulted in 79,000 acres. Just an interesting coincidence, the Sherpa fire that we are all familiar with now, that also started in almost exactly the same place, on the same ranch within about 100 feet of the point where the Refugio fire started. It exhibited similar fire behavior. I think that the difference in firefighting technology and resources that are available to us now was probably a good reason why the Refugio fire went to 80,000 and the Sherpa was, I say only, but was only 7,474 acres. Additionally, this was in September and this was in June. And I have a visceral memory of making many comments to the fire team up there. I was the operations chief on the fire for the first 48 hours. And one thing we were all talking about was we were lucky it started in June, because now here we are in September. Fuel moistures have dropped probably 10% from where they were in June down to very critical levels. And we can see how the Ray fire has responded to that versus the Sherpa. So if anything, it was probably advantageous that it happened in June. The Coyote Fire was an undetermined start. The Romero was arson. The Sycamore was a kite that flew into power lines, and I'm sure many of these fires are familiar with you folks. If you've lived in Santa Barbara, these are historical fires that we all kind of have known about and remember well. The Paint Fire, I was a young hotshot on the Los Padres hotshot crew at the time, and I remember that one very well. That was arson. The Mare Fire was a couple hunters that were smoking after they got their deer. The Gaviota Fire was lightning. The Perkins Fire in Cuyama Valley was lightning. The Zaca Fire, I already mentioned, was equipment use. That was at the time, the second largest fire in California history. The Gap Fire, miscellaneous, but the bottom line with the Gap is we're not quite sure. We know it was human caused. The Tea Fire was an illegal campfire. And the Hasacita was equipment use. La Brea, undetermined, and again, Sherpa and Ray, both under investigation. They don't have an official cause yet, but not associated with any kind of recreational use of the forest. Okay, and that completes that presentation. So if you have any questions for me,
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. That was very interesting and informative. One of the proposals for the plan is small-scale campgrounds, and staff has put in language that county fire would require a certain amount of vegetation maintenance, so on and so forth. Could you just describe what that might entail?
So we've talked about this amongst the department staff and what form how this would take place. We're envisioning that when the land use permit, when the application is put in, that it would trigger some review by the fire department. And we would basically fall back on just best management practice for campground maintenance, campground clearance. So for example, it's very common for like the forest agencies, state parks, that they require clearance around fire pits, clearance around barbecues, roadway weed abatement. So you're going to make sure that roadways are weed whacked, that you don't get vehicle starts off the side of roads. We would require defensible space around the campground for the protection of the campers. So that would be similar to what we do around structures, so that we don't have lethal fire impinging upon a campground. A lot of this is stuff that some of the existing campgrounds do currently. An example would be the El Capitan Canyon camping facility north of the state park. They came away fairly unscathed from the Sherpa fire, and they do a pretty good job of just doing annual weed abatement. Lots of weed whacking, keeping the light flashy fuels abated after they cure out in the springtime. Those would be typical things that we'd be looking for. Some kind of stored water, typical to what we require for residents out in the wildland that are not connected to hydrant systems. So these wouldn't be onerous requirements. They'd be fairly basic requirements, probably very easy for the landowner to achieve, just following best management practice for any type of activity like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we don't have anything at this time prepared to respond, but we're here and available for your questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
I guess this is a process question. So we have some more time ahead reserved, but I think we're trying to narrow down the issues for discussion so we can get to a recommendation for the board. So with the time left, does staff have any recommendations as to how we proceed?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we presented to you today, Julie, at the beginning of the presentation, our recommendations based upon the requests you had last time, so we presented you information, and then we presented some specific recommendations. We could walk back through those, could entertain any other issues that the commission would like us to address or respond to today. But I think our goal is in the next hearing or so that we be able to come back to you with a package that you feel comfortable forwarding to the board, that the majority of the commission feels comfortable forwarding to the board.
Commissioner Black.
Well, yeah, Ms. Harris, you had in your first presentation, there were some choices in there. I wonder if we go through those slides again, and where there are choices, we could sort of poll the planning commission to see where we're at, and then I've got a list of about 8 or 9 things here that different people in the audience are asking for something different than what the staff is recommending. So that'd just be my suggestion for those 2 ways to do it.
Yeah, so we'll start with the
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, if you would like, we can just do this issue by issue rather than going through all of them and just
Right.
stop on each slide. And
Great.
so regarding the small scale composting, we have proposed the 200-foot setback from the property line, and we are looking at recommending that we clarify that the setback would only apply if the adjacent property is under a separate ownership. And we would also recommend increasing the setback to 300 feet from a residence that's on an adjacent property under separate ownership.
I think that's good. Sometimes dwelling can be confused with a barn, so residence would be good for me.
Well, I'll just pipe in. I agree with all those 3 things for the staff. So.
Okay.
So campgrounds. The current proposal has the 15 sites, a 2-vehicle maximum, no electrical hookups, and it's not proposed to be allowed within the critical viewshed corridor overlay. We talked about some alternatives that you could make if you don't agree with what we've currently got proposed. You can prohibit recreational vehicles. You could put size limits on RVs if you want to allow them, limit the number of sites, and require some form of fire department review when they come in for a land use permit.
Commissioner Blau.
Could you back up the other slide for a second? When you say 2-vehicle maximum, is that per site or is that for the entire complex?
No,
okay.
that's per site.
Per
Yes,
site?
it's per site.
Okay, because my concern was ADA compliance, and you've got it now if you do that. So, in regard to Commissioner Brown's comment earlier, I think you need to understand that there's going to be electrical lighting that's going to be required for the safety of the campground, and obviously if you're going to have bathrooms, those are going to be lighted. Your doors got to be lighted. So I get the idea with no electrical hookups for the campsites, but I'd like to be a little more clear about it, just because I've had staff get confused when we go in there and make applications. So as far as the RVs are concerned, on the next slide, having one and using it and enjoying it immensely, I have a problem with it. I understand that I think you're allowing this small-scale campground without any kind of a permit process, which I think I understand and might agree with. But, or is this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, it would be a land use permit would be the lowest level.
And then for me at least, on the issue of the RV, I'm not sure I would agree with that. I know of one that I think that the sheriffs have. Yeah, one that the sheriffs have their vineyard or whatever. There's enough camping for about, I think, 15 or 20 hookups, and you can go there and taste their wines and do that. And so I'm thinking that not just don't prohibit it, but say, and it's not in the Gaviota coast. I get that, but I think you should be able to have an RV in some small portion of it with some process. Now, I realize if the GAVPAC decided they didn't want that in that area, I would go along with that and agree to it, but I'm not sure that's what they said. So maybe that's a question for the GAVPAC chairman again. Tell me what the prohibition is. That what the GAVPAC wanted was no RVs allowed in Gaviota area?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, GAVPAC did not talk about RVs in the campgrounds. It was supposed to be more of a tent, low-key situation, and I would suppose if RVs were to be considered, the permitting should be more rigorous, but we did not talk about RVs.
Okay, well, that was my concern. I would like to see a possible permitting process, but the permitting would be more rigorous, and it may not be allowed. I don't know. I'm just not sure.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, currently a campground is allowed on any Ag 2 zone with a conditional use permit. So under that permit process, you could have much larger campgrounds, many RVs, et cetera. So I think what you're looking here now is what limitations would you want for the small scale campground?
Okay, that was my question. You've answered it. Now I'm okay with it. You're just saying no RVs in a.
You could say no RVs
okay.
if you want to listen to the GAVPAC.
I'm fine.
Oh, Commissioner
Yeah,
Brown and then Brooks.
Okay, so then it would be, to reflect what the GAVPAC told us, it would be no RVs, tent camping. Is there a limit on the number of sites in the? 50. Well, but that's in this proposal. But for the tent camping, what is it? Is the same thing? Okay, so fire department review. It has to have services, a certain amount of services. Okay. I don't know what kind of size. Oh, 15. So that's not too big. Okay. So I'm fine with that. Not allowed in the overlay. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I guess it was Ms. Bossert, when she spoke, she talked about, that she was under the impression it was tent camping, and based on our conversation at the last hearing, I'm much more comfortable, with a passive recreation tent camping idea. I know there's been some talk about, there might be some opportunities in the future, for the states to buy some land for another park, up in the Gaviota area. There's changes going on there, and let the state, worry about, some of those possibilities. So, I support the idea of a small scale tent camping area. The other idea is, and I thought it was interesting when the woman from the El Cap Canyon, and we talk about affordable opportunities, for camping. And again, I think that's, I want to actually congratulate El Capitan Canyon can be quite prohibitive in cost during the summer, but I know they used to have a special price for locals during the off-season, although we really haven't had an off-season during the drought. But I know many people, from my area have gone down there because that becomes a more affordable opportunity for them. So I do like that idea of, creating some kind of, more affordable camping opportunities, but I'm very comfortable with the tents.
Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, I just see the potential ambiguity in what we're allowing and what we're not. We could say no RV, but, there's a big difference between the giant RV with a car attached and the camper on the back of a pickup truck, or a tent camper, something like that. But not everybody, in fact, not that many people I see are comfortable just putting a tent up on the ground, except for their children, and so I think if it's going to be a viable opportunity for agriculturalists to develop a campsite, we should be clear that single vehicle, smaller than RV campers would be permitted or not, whatever the majority feels.
So maybe a way to address that would be put a length limit in there, say 25 feet, or pick a number. Commissioner Blau?
Well, I was going to suggest that because you do have what's very popular and very affordable is the tent trailer, where they're just a small little thing to tow behind any kind of a car, and then they pop up and go up, and it's a tent on top, and it's a little metal on the bottom. So I'm thinking 26 feet because I think that's the more typical size of the tent camper and small trailers. And you could have a trailer behind a car. I don't see a problem with that. I agree you don't want the 34-foot motorhome with a 20-foot vehicle in tow. That's what's not appropriate here.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. It's interesting Commissioner Cooney brings up this issue because for the last meeting I did a little research, and there's all kinds of camping vehicles. So I think you need to do a little research to figure out what is appropriate based upon what the comments are here. And maybe it's not the length that Commissioner Blau says, but maybe there's some other standard that kind of captures this very small scale, limited from your car, from something you tow that's not whatever. So
I say 26 feet only because that's probably the largest cab over camper on a truck.
Okay. Well,
that's typically a state park. It's 30 feet that you can is the maximum size vehicle you can have. So you're smaller than what's allowed in a state park, but 26 feet from experience I know covers a lot of very small camping vehicles.
Okay.
But and there's very few motorhomes that are under 26 feet.
well, I think the point of my comments are that we don't want to set a standard that isn't reflective of something that's out there. So the staff will go research what's appropriate and come back and provide us the definitions.
Commissioner
Standards.
Brooks?
Yes, and I agree with that. And, as you were discussing it, I'm thinking of the RV America, where, people come from Europe, they come from all over the world, they land at LAX, and they jump in these RVs. And, I wouldn't want to, I think I'd like to be included in this too. So I think, if staff could come back with some options, maybe we'll hear more from, Gaviota PAC, more what they were thinking of, and then we can make a decision next time.
So maybe staff could come back with diagrams of the different types and then the lengths therein, and then school bus. Okay, well, that was productive. Height limit.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask and clarify, would you still be supporting like maximum 2 vehicles per site, or would you rather that be 1 vehicle per site?
I think it's the scale of what we're proposing here. So if you have all these small RVs that Commissioner Brooks is considering, then you have these 30 RVs. I don't think that's what the GAVPAC was considering when they talked to us about that. I think it was something that was a smaller scale, tent camping from your car, camping from an old van, something you tow, Why don't we let staff do some research and come back to us on that? I don't know. I think that might be appropriate. It depends upon the mix.
Okay. So, members of the commission, the next question was about height limit. And I think, I know we're going to talk about this later on another slide, whether we call it an RSU and keep it in the RSU section, or whether we create a different section. This is about the height limit and whether, especially if we don't have it defined in another section, what applies. And I don't think there's really any change that needs to be made, because if you want to be consistent with the heights of these second dwellings anywhere else in the county, they are limited to 16 feet. And then if they're in the CVC overlay, then they would be limited to 15 feet. and that overlay would be what governs.
Commissioner Blau.
This always drives me crazy. I would I would defy anybody's ability to stand 150 feet away from a property and tell me whether it was this one over here is 16 feet or this one over here is 15 feet. I don't see the reasoning behind having a different height limitation on the CVC overlay, and I especially don't see it for a foot. I mean, I can understand no 2 stories. I can understand that, but no, let's see. We're over here. That's only 15, but over here you have 16, and you can't. Who would know the difference? So I think we don't need to have a different height limit to the CVC overlay. Let's just have RSUs in the county, 16 feet. It's a simple, easy rule. That's my thinking.
Mr. Chair.
Lackey and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau. So the 15-foot standard is current requirement in the view corridor overlay. And so that's south, that view corridor overlay applies south of 101. And so we had discussed this, and since with the, in Gaviota, looking at the critical view corridor overlay is going to replace that view corridor overlay, and it also extends north to generally the first ridge line. The recommendation was to continue that 15-foot standard.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. That's sort of embedded in the documents that we've had for a while. Is it in the design guidelines? Is that, or it's just in this particular, the critical view overlay? That's the only place it resides.
Commissioner Brown, just in this
Okay,
overlay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next topic. This was regarding the ESH Gaviota overlay and language within the overlay that would allow removal of the minimum amounts of vegetation, whether it's the 50 linear feet along a riparian corridor or 5,000 square feet of vegetation removal within a 12-month period. And so staff is recommending removing the language within a 12-month period, as it would be different from how ESH is treated everywhere that we have an ESH, whether it's coastal or any other community plan, where we basically allow that one-time removal, and anything over that cumulatively would add up to be require a land use permit.
Commissioner Cooney.
I think your last sentence is really important, because it's not that in an unusual case or even in a usual case, a landowner couldn't come in and say, you know, I've really got a serious overgrowth problem in a part of our property, and I need to apply for a permit. What we're talking about is unpermitted removal of vegetation, and I think it ought to be consistent with what happens in Toro Canyon or Carpinteria or any place else.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I don't disagree, except that give me some kind of idea what the cost and the timing is to get that permit. And then I'd like to know that if the fire department were to be notified and it's their recommendation that this much be cleared for the benefit of being safety, and could the fire department have the ability to allow more than 5,000 square feet if they deem it's necessary for the safety of the residents? Just, that's a thought.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, in fact, the proposed ESH Gaviota overlay is mirroring in the recently adopted ESH overlay for Eastern Goleta Valley, where we are allowing exemptions from the permit requirements if the vegetation removal is for fuel management, fuel modification to create and maintain defensible space around existing structures. And that the standard clearance is 100 feet, but also if the fire department would require an additional amount of vegetation clearance based on that property's specific site configurations and topography, then they could clear more of that, up to 300 feet from the building without a permit, provided County Fire has visited the site and made that recommendation in order to maintain defensible space.
Okay, that language is going to be in the plan so that if someone comes in and reads it, we can see that. The fire department agrees that's an appropriate thing, or are there conditions where you may want more than 300 feet?
Most of the time, 300 feet is shown to be fairly adequate. There may be rare cases where somebody has a residence sited on an extremely steep slope where they may need more. In those cases, then you have to balance that with erosion and those types of problems. It's rare that somebody clears more than 300 feet. That's a lot. So we're happy with the language.
And Commissioner Blau, that language is proposed in the current ordinance amendments.
Thanks. It's just that I'm not reading the ordinance right now. I'm just reading your bullet points, so that's what I've got to ask. Thanks.
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, I know this is specifically about removal allowance. We heard quite a bit this morning about the idea of mapping of the ESHA. At what point do we talk about that?
We'll come back to that.
After,
We're
okay.
going to get through this piece first.
Okay, so the next topic is the guest ranch farm stay, which I think the first staff recommendation was to remove guest ranch from this definition and everywhere through this section so that it's clear we're distinguishing between a small farm stay versus a guest ranch that would be allowed with a conditional use permit, such as Alisal Ranch. We would clarify the food service requirement is the meals that would be provided to the guests staying in the overnight accommodations, that guests are those persons staying in the overnight accommodations, and that a farm stay would be identified as beneficial and inherently related to the agricultural use. And clarify it as for the education of the guests about farms and working farms and working ranches. We would also limit the eligibility to only those legal dwellings that are existing as the effective date of the ordinance, and then the sign regulations would be clarified.
So one of the things I heard was item 2 there, clarify food service, and to be mindful not to make it inclusive so that it could be optional for the guests. Maybe they wanted to bring their own food and they wanted to select and pay according to their ability. And then the only other thing I had was to leave out the guests must actively participate. They may be staying there to participate visually, but they may not want to physically.
Well, I can't drive your tractor? Come on.
No. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand that the reason or what's behind the eligibility of only legally dwellings existing as the effective date. I mean, if I want to have farm guests on my ranch and I have no building there now for them, why would I not be able to go build a guest ranch building, effectively getting the permits and complying with all the rules? And I'll also say that I agree with Commissioner Farini that the language about price of the food included, that just needs to go away entirely. I mean, I may want Chateaubriand steaks and somebody else might want hamburgers. I mean, it's like, no. Let's not micromanage the business of guest stays for the farmers. So if you could answer my question about why we only have legally existing dwellings as well as not be able to provide a new one if I so choose.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, so that provision actually stemmed from when we were proposing a small-scale guest ranch to be compatible with the uniform rules. So in 2007, when we were proposing this, and it was vetted by Department of Conservation, and their concern was that, so initially they didn't think that was a compatible use. We worked with revising the language to limit, again, a lot of it was still modeled after the state homestay bill in terms of the number of units and maximum guests. But the language that ultimately was agreed upon was that it had to be in existing structures. You weren't building new cabins. That was a different use. So that's the genesis of it would be for, you could use an existing dwelling. We had talked about some of the larger kind of older ranches may have, prior to zoning, additional dwelling units that are essentially non-conforming but legal. You could convert one of those, to one of these uses as well. The second part, as far as the food, as we mentioned earlier, this is modeled after the state program, which has that provision that any food served would need to be in the cost of the accommodations. And part of that is so that it doesn't function as a restaurant.
Mr. Chair. Also, I think one of the reasons for this is if it starts to function as a restaurant, then they would be required to get to have a commercial kitchen and be permitted through Environmental Health Services as a commercial kitchen, which would put which would greatly increase the level of permitting and cost to the property owner when this is intended to be a small-scale use supportive of the agricultural use.
So part of what took me down that path is it's for guests that are staying there only, and so it's not a restaurant because they're the guest, and it just seems that. And I'm not sure now. What I heard in some of your answer was we were talking about small guest ranch, but here we're talking about farm stays. So I'm not sure if we're commingling some of that at this point. Maybe some more, just a little more explanation and some actual language would be helpful.
And in terms of the terminology, at that time in 2007, we were calling it a small-scale guest ranch, but it was essentially synonymous with the same levels of guests and bedrooms or rooms that were available in the service language that we are proposing for the farm stay. So essentially the use is synonymous. But we can come back with some additional information on,
I think it'd be
looking at the relationship between the food and.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney.
Just with regard to the food service, around the world, bed and breakfast, overnight accommodations are common, and the food is not charged separately. It's part of what you pay, so much a night, which includes the meals, and it puts it in a different category for me. It's clearly not a restaurant, whether somebody could come in with a family but not spend the night. I think it's helpful to tie it together, and it also limits the concept. So someone choosing to stay in a farm stay has a certain set of desires. There are a lot of overnight accommodations available in our area, but if someone wants to go out to an agricultural property and have the experience of being there, I think this is not a burden on them, and it's also consistent for the landowners that choose to do it. So I'm in favor of what staff's recommending here. And I had the same question, by the way, about the dwellings having to exist as of the effective date, and by that is meant the effective date of the plan.
That is correct.
So if someone added a building with permits 2 years after the plan's adopted and later decides that that they want to make this available to overnight guests, they'd be precluded from doing that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think they would be able to do it through a CUP.
Okay.
So the intention is, if you use an existing structure as of the time of the plan, you could do it through a land use permit if you meet all these development standards. If you want to go out and build one, then you do a CUP.
Okay.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to get back to the food service. I have no problem having a prohibition of doing food only. I just don't like the idea that you have to include the food as a portion of the guest. I guess it gets to the same point, but I want to be able to price and sell the food separately from the stay, but I get that you can't sell just the food. The food has to be in conjunction with the guest stay. But I also want to be able to stay there as a guest and have no food. I may want to go out to a restaurant and eat someplace else and still stay as a guest. So I get the idea we don't want to make this a restaurant, but I just hate the fact that we're going to micromanage the way that the farmer or the landowner invites and treats these guests.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I support the idea of the farm stay, and especially with the language because we've already discussed this on other issues, that it's beneficial and inherently related to agricultural use. I think as Commissioner Cooney, I see this as something like a B&B. It could be in the owner's home, or I guess the renter's home. They have a few bedrooms set aside. It doesn't necessarily have to be a separate structure. And again, that would be under the permit process that's already in place. So I think the key for me is, it's small, it's related to the agricultural use, and there would not be any negative impacts, with something small.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I know when Ms. Citron made her comments, she indicated that there shouldn't be any short-term rentals, but I believe that the farm stays were intended for ag preserve properties originally. Is that, Mr. Lackey, yes or no? But if the property is not ag preserve and the board adopts our recommendations for short-term rentals on ag 2 over 100, then you can't, I think it should be consistent throughout the county.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, so you are correct that initially the first time we had proposed at that time the small-scale guest ranch was when we were doing the uniform rules. We recognized that we couldn't propose that in the uniform rules because we didn't have a provision in the ordinance to allow that small scale. It was just a larger, major CUP. So that's why it was dropped at that time. We revisited the concept of the farm stay through Gaviota and are proposing it in the ordinance now.
Right, but I think that what you're telling me then is that only in the Gaviota planning or community planning area, that if somebody wants to do somebody to stay overnight, it has to be a farm stay. No, let's get some clarity, please.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think the way that we've presented the ordinances, this is in addition to short-term, the action you took on short-term rentals. I believe what Ms. Citron asked is for the commission to consider prohibiting short-term rentals in the Gaviota planning area and just allow farm stays. And then that's certainly something your commission can talk about, but that's not part of what we've proposed.
So I'd say there's some ambiguity right now on the issue of the food service. We maybe could draft a revision to the ordinance clarifying that the food service, such food service as would be available, should be quoted along with the the overnight price, but if an individual landowner wanted to give a credit if no food service was utilized, I think that would be up to the landowner. But I do sense that we're getting into the weeds, and these are things that we can't even predict would be a big problem or a little problem for the people that were thinking to use it. So I'm not, whatever staff recommends,
Yeah.
I'm going to approach.
I would add to that,
approve.
Commissioner Cooney, that we did have unity in that we don't want it to become a restaurant, and that is no one's intent. But just more to allow some type of choice to people. And there again, not to overrun the system with trying to enforce who had what for dinner or how they
Who
paid
paid,
for it.
yeah.
So,
Mr. Chair, could I ask for permission for Gunnar to speak briefly on this
yes,
subject?
please.
Gunnar Tottram, I was a member of the GAVPAC committee. Having fingerprints all over this, I just would like to say a couple things. This was set up small scale. As was noted, a conditional use permit or a major conditional use permit is still out there if you were to pursue that. This was set up for extremely small scale, and the nitpickiness on the food type stuff is language that we had to adopt to get it to continue to fly under that radar of not jumping up to a major conditional use permit. So we're just accepting language that already exists via the state or wherever staff said, here's how it's written. If you adopt this, then you can, continue down this path. So something that I agree seems as silly as, what if I don't want to eat their food? It's just kind of like, just swallow that as that being the case, pun not intended, but, and that allows us to stay in this lower permit level, small scale, on and on and on. So I had to say that. I mean, there's a few things that will come up like that. It's like, well, this doesn't really make sense. Well, somebody somewhere higher up than all of us thought it did, and if we just accept it as such, then we can continue on our way.
So you will eat your Brussels sprouts, and we're going to move on then.
Okay. So I just wanted, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to beat it one more time. Just to clarify that in the definition for the farm stay, it says it may include interactivities. It's not going to force people to do things. So it's just characterizing some of the activities that could occur.
Very good.
Okay, so our next topic was addressing the incentive program RSUs and where to locate them, and I think how to define them. And we identified 3 options. The first would be keeping the incentive program RSU in the area where we proposed to draft it, I think at the last hearing, which was within the existing residential second unit section, but separating everything out to clarify what is an incentive program RSU and what is the traditional RSU, and then creating the specific development standards for the incentive program. We proposed an alternative option, option 2, which is to relocate it to the Gaviota Coast Plan overlay, develop the specific development standards for the rural area, cluster the units for when you have new structures, cluster them together instead of put them remotely on the property, and create some additional findings that would be specific to this project, but also looking back at the residential agricultural unit and various findings made there. And option 3 is essentially the same thing, but rather than call them a residential second unit, we would give them a different name, and we would work out what term to create for it, and we would have a specific definition related to the incentive program.
Commissioner Brown.
Option 3.
I have a couple questions. Sorry. I'm not sure I understand what incentive they're getting by doing that. That they're getting a second unit?
Yes.
So explain to me what the clustering would be. In other words, I've got more than one parcel. I'm going to put all my little residential units.
Clustering it with your main residence, I think, is the
Pardon?
clustering. Clustering with your main residence, so you can have a detached residential, second residential unit, or whatever we decide to call it. But it needs to be clustered with the main residence, I think is the intention.
What my concern would be, what about the testimony we heard from a couple of the landowners that like to have these second units out in different areas of the farm because it gives them an ability to monitor different sections, and it might, I mean, if I'm doing a residential second unit, or a couple of them, let's say I've got multiple parcels that are contiguous, I may want to put them in the north pasture, in the south pasture, in the west pasture, in the east pasture, so that I have people that are there that can monitor my cattle or my whatever is going to be there. So I don't get how the incentive works for clustering. I don't get it.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I know staff's explained this, but the idea of this was to provide, in exchange for, I think the only thing we've identified so far is dedication of a trail or trailhead improvements, providing a second or two second residential units. What you're really talking about is, I think, farm worker units, where you might want to have people in different parts of the property. But that was the incentive program that we were talking about.
Well, but no, I maybe that's it, but I heard testimony where I may have two children that are eventually going to take over the farm, and I don't want them necessarily next to me. I may want them out, out in the North 40, So, I mean, I love little kids, but, it's like screaming little things. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could agree with that. I'd like to hear more from the GAVPAC. Maybe not today at the next hearing where they could talk to us about that, or more testimony from the farming community. But I'm not sure this gets it for me. I'm just not sure it gets it. I see a detriment by requiring clustering.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, I think there's a couple of comments relating to that, and they were different than this second unit. They were either talking about our past and now expired residential agricultural unit ordinance that did allow a detached RAU that could be sited away from the principal dwelling. Even that, the main basis was you had to cluster the RAU. There was a provision to allow a remotely sited RAU, but it was a higher permit level, and I think, as Mr. Freeman had mentioned, it could only be on Ag 2 320 lands. So it was really a limited situation. But even the RAU ordinance focused on clustering that RAU with the principal dwelling. This is the same principle as the clustering that new detached unit. There certainly could be a situation where if there was a non-conforming, a legal non-conforming existing dwelling on some of the ranches that, as we stated earlier, could be used if this, they went forward with this incentive program, and just by its nature and location, it would be remotely sited. But for new detached units, the ordinance language would require the clustering in proximity with the development envelope for the principal dwelling.
Commissioner Brooks and then Commissioner Cooney.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking in terms of the EIR and with the residential second unit, and the concept of clustering to me seems to, it lessens the impacts of infrastructure. And maybe, again, we could hear that from, GAVPAC, if not today, at the next hearing, if you come up with something.
If you need to hear something from the GAVPAC, I suggest you do it today.
We do it today.
They're here today, we're here today.
All right, I'll finish my comment, then I'll ask my question. Okay, so I would ask of the GAVPAC, when you discuss the residential second unit, was the idea of clustering, to keep the development envelope and to keep everything tight? Or are you looking at something that, that perhaps Commissioner Blau was thinking of?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, we talked a good bit about clustering in the context of guest houses and structures. We also talked some about the RSU and how it would be placed, and at one point, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, we had a recommendation that the RSU could be remotely sited. That's what I recall our outcome was, but I may be fuzzy on that. And Gunnar, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I'll give you some food for thought. And Commissioner Brook, you're absolutely correct. The environmentally superior alternative is clustering, because you don't have roads, you don't have water lines, you don't have all the development that you have. That being said, as a landowner, sometimes it makes sense to have remotely sited buildings. Oftentimes there's already infrastructure existing on other parts of the ranch that aren't in the primary dwelling location, and that makes sense. So again, the answer is it's not black and white, it's gray, and flexibility is what I would be voting for, and common sense to look at a project and go, punching a whole new road to that far west pasture, new water lines, now fire department wants 12 feet wide with turnouts and all that. That doesn't make sense. But here's this other property that already has a barn on the far west, the house is on the far east. That makes sense to build that residential second unit by that barn. So the greatest thing you could do for us is leave us with flexibility.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about these options and the concept of the RSU as an incentive, because I think we should take up and decide too whether we want to, I think we can all agree actually on putting this on the recommendation list to the board, that they consider this for priority work projects, so this doesn't exist in a vacuum. And there may be other incentives that can go along with this. But if we just isolate on this one incentive that is before us, I certainly favor option 3. And I agree with the concept that clustering on one property works and on another property it doesn't make sense. And if there's a way to craft the ordinance that gives some flexibility but indicates in the absence of unusual circumstances, clustering is preferred or required, that's the way to solve it in my view.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, we can one approach to address that is we can look at the RAU provision that allowed the clustering and with the certain provisions and come back with that language. Because at least it recognized that, in certain circumstances, and at least for that ordinance language, it was those larger ranches that may be more remote, that you want that unit for a variety of reasons. You really don't need it on a 50-acre parcel to have it on, edge to edge. So we can come back with language and look at how that was treated under the RAU ordinance.
Can I just ask one follow-up?
Commissioner Cooney.
Just, Mr. Lackey, you triggered a thought. With regard to this particular incentive, would the new structure be subject to any design standards? And I mean, I guess I wouldn't want people to be able to just put a modular unit right up against the highway and cause a worse problem than we're solving.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, yes, the structure, the application would be subject to the Gaviota design guidelines as well as any of the other provisions of the visual resource policies that get adopted.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so as a part of this presentation, we presented the definition of the farm stand that is proposed, and we noted that if a farm, well, we didn't talk about this before, but a farm stand can be located in an existing structure that's already existing and on the ground. However, if they were to locate the farm stand in its own individual structure, that structure could be no more than 800 square feet in size. So I think the questions that we had previously from your commission really were, in this response is really for your clarification, is would they be subject to design review? And according to the regulations, if the agricultural structure was less than 5,000 square feet, it would be exempt from the provisions of the CVC overlay and design review. And if you wanted this farm stand to have design review, then you could direct us to add it into the ordinance.
Commissioner Brown.
I have a question. Is this structure, does it have to be stick-built, or can it just be a trailer you haul on the site? Or two trailers, or whatever? What's the standard?
Through the chair, Commissioner Brown, the farm stand would have to be a structure. It couldn't be a temporary trailer.
3 or 4 temporary trailers together, and that would be the farm stand. I don't think that'd meet the intent of what the Gaviota PAC wanted, but maybe, I don't know.
I thought you said it wouldn't be a trailer. It would not. Oh, okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, so I assume that this is going to be subject to building department conditions for a permit for the stand. And my thinking was, I'm not sure I like the maximum 800 square feet. I get it if you want to say without any kind of other approval, but LUP or something. I'm used to going to Carmel, and I'm used to going to even a Roy Grande, and I love buying my vegetables and fruit out of a fruit stand because the farmer just grew it. I mean, he just delivered it. I used to go to Fresno once a week, and there was a great stand over there. I mean, I was always stopping there for stuff for dinner. I just hate artificial limitations. I don't mind the idea of saying, but 800 square feet or less, yeah, it's no permit process other than a building permit to make sure it's a safe structure. But just a thought. I'm not too excited about one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. On this one, and I've come a little bit away from where I was last time when we talked about farm stands, but I am okay with the 800 square feet. I think, and I would like the idea of having design review. I think, we keep talking about Gaviota is special. I think if we have the farm stands, that should be included.
So just to be very clear, in the inland area, if you were doing a farm stand like this, it would be exempt. So it would be extremely odd to have an exempt permit go for design review.
Then that's not an option to us here.
In the coastal zone, it's going to
okay.
require, at least the way we've structured it, a CDP. You could do that. I think that's a lot of review for an 800 square foot farm stand, to me.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, also, I think a key thing to remember is currently in the CVC overlay, and which covers most of the coastal zone along Highway 101, the current proposal would exempt agricultural structures that are up to the size of 5,000 square feet. They would be exempt from design review. So this would be a small 800 square foot structure, which, as currently drafted in the overlay, would be exempt from design review.
Okay, thank you. And did GavPAC have something to add in there?
Thank you. My only comment was that the 800 square feet came from state law. So again, we're just adopting what exists, and per staff's recommendation to make stuff easy, grab what already exists and punch it right in there. So that wasn't arbitrary.
Good information.
So I think
Okay.
we're saying it's okay, no design review.
I think we're good there.
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so we've completed our, just going through the various ordinance requirement or ordinance changes that arose from your questions last week. The rest of our slides are talking about some different items that were brought up, and one was proposing a new policy for domestic water resources. This was raised at the last hearing in a letter from Schutt, Mahali, and Weinberger for the Surfrider, and you asked us to review that policy, and we did review the policy, and we do not recommend adding it into the plan.
Okay. Okay.
So next, for the cultural stewardship policies, we gave you a handout this morning that actually shows the proposed edits, and these are and then the next set of policies and development standards regarding wastewater treatment, and this is following Environmental Health Services review. And these, again, are proposed for consistency with our regulations that have been adopted and approved by the regional board.
Sounds good.
The next topic that we responded to had to do with a request, and you've heard probably requests from a number of commenters today to place a house size limit on any new homes developed within the plan area. I think what we pointed out is that the environmental review that was prepared, the EIR that was prepared, mitigated visual resource impacts without placing a house size limit and identified class 3 or less than significant impacts for land use and agriculture. So there's no reason that you need to, under CEQA, require a house size limit.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Lackey, I think you were probably the only one involved except Ms. Black. When we looked at the issue, the Planning Commission, of house size back, I don't know, whatever year it was, we wrestled with that quite extensively. And I'm not sure, we sent a recommendation to the board, did we not? And I think they looked at it as well, and they initiated the plan without one. Can you just give me a quick snapshot of what we looked at previously?
So Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, you've actually talked about this issue in two different contexts.
Okay.
One was specifically for the Gaviota community plan, and I think you heard a lot of the same comments you're hearing now when you initiated or recommended that the board initiate, and you chose not to forward a recommendation to the board on house size limits, and the board didn't include one. We also wrestled with this issue quite a lot when we talked about the coastal land use and development code. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. The land use and development code, and this was one of the issues that was sort of enmeshed in the principal permitted use discussion, and the board chose not to engage in that process either. So we looked at
Commissioner
it twice.
Cooney.
My question is, if we were to engage in this, and I think we need much more than the time we have for this plan, I think it it shouldn't be limited to the Gaviota Coast. There are other sensitive areas of the county. It's a major topic discussed by planners across the country, and I'm not comfortable. Council may be able to make me feel a little better about it, that if we were to simply recommend imposing a size limit at this time, that we have the nexus with the environmental review that has been completed. In other words, would we have to go back and undertake further environmental review if we said no structure greater than 5,000 or 6,000 square feet?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, if the commission did want to do that, I'd recommend at least re-examining the documents and providing some sort of basis for the reasoning, and we would relook at CEQA as well. I'm not sure what extent that would be.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you. I think I heard some very compelling commentary today about the limitations, because with the limitation, you know, if it's legal, if we can do it, you know, then you are also limiting the impacts, because, you know, I'm wondering when the EIR was looking at the impacts of residential, if you know, you have more lights, you have more water, you have more people. So is the baseline, you know, for the EIR, is it, what was that based on? I mean, no limit to house sizes?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we did consider a limitation on the house size, I mean, then we're just making that you know, we're deciding, okay, we will try to limit, you know, the impacts a little bit more. I do support, I don't know if the lady was here today, but I think the last time, you know, we talked about the design guidelines and how rather than emphasize the size of the house, you know, we look at the topography, you know, the location. You know, it seems to me I'd like to do a little bit of both. I just, I know if the idea that somebody just built a 14,000 square foot home, and we know, I mean, that tends to be the trend these days. I'm thinking maybe if you decide to buy land and live out on the Gaviota Coast, you wouldn't want that, but we don't know, you know, what people want. And I just think that the limit, as well as design guidelines, I'd like us to at least maybe look into it a little bit more.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, well, for me, this is a real easy question. I would not support any limitation on house size whatsoever, ever. I mean, I could imagine if you're going to do that, let's do it countywide. So if you got a house in Montecito and it's already 5,000 square feet, we can't add on to it. You're done. No, I think that's just, it reminds me of a socialist or communist kind of an attitude toward housing, and just never going to happen for me. You want to build yourself a 50,000 square foot house, God bless you. And I get size, bulk, and scale. So, you know, I don't want that 50,000 square foot house on a 10-acre piece next to a bunch of 5-acre ranchettes. I get that. It's not an appropriate location for it, but you got 300 acres out here, you want to build 50,000 square feet, that's such a minuscule little portion of the property. So it's easy for me. No, I agree with staff.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you. My reaction is less guttural than my fellow planning commissioner Blau, but he has a lot of sense in what he says. It really depends on the location. I do think it should apply countywide, and in my personal view shed are two 12,000 square foot homes built within the last few years. One sticks out like a sore thumb because it goes up. It's 2+ stories and a basement. And right next door is a home that is built into the ridge line on 1 story. Same size, totally different in terms of impact. So I'm uncomfortable just pulling out of a hat a particular number and say we don't want anybody that is within view of the highway or the railroad or a boat offshore is limited to 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. So we end up in the same place, Commissioner Blau, as sometimes happens, but for
Pretty
different
damn rare
reasons.
anymore.
Could we ask the GAVPAC, what was your discussion of this?
Yeah, I just have some food for thought for you. And Beverly Ann Cosart was who I believe you were referring to, talking about total build-out square footage. So just for example, 2 of the houses that just got built on the Gaviota coast that threw your graph off huge because they were 12,000 square feet and one was 14,000 square feet or plus or minus. For example, that parcel can have 1 house. So they blew it out with a 12,000 square foot house. And my situation, for example, is my dad lives in a 1,200 square foot house, and we're not allowed to have another house because that's the primary dwelling and you're only allowed 1 house. So to muddy the waters of black and white a little more, just think about that total build out concept. And that's what Beverly, because she's not here, I wanted to speak to it, was presenting as a potential in that incentive program to incentivize a landowner to not have a huge build out with the ability to have a couple different units. Does that make sense? So I understand your concern for a restriction on house size, but I just wanted to enter that into the conversation of how it doesn't seem fair that the 1,200 square foot house is this.
Paul Van Laer, I'm also a GAVPAC member. Instead of a house, we batted around the house size quite a bit, but we decided to do a visual policy, and also we created a visual resource guidelines and the site design hierarchy to control that, so that, as was stated up there on the Planning Commission before, if you can not see from the highway and it fits into the surroundings, it's not a visual issue, then it should be allowed, regardless. And you could do that with a 5, 2, or 10,000. So that to arbitrarily come up with a cap, we didn't feel comfortable with that, as far as the GAVPAC.
And one last comment on that. We did talk about using house size as an incentive, but we never did reach a decision on it or a vote on it. But that's one area where you might deal with it on an incentive basis, the way Beverly mentioned and what Gunnar just described. Phil.
Phil McKenna, member of the GAVPAC, chairman of the visual subcommittee. The GAVPAC did not approve house size. They didn't like it. The goal of the GAVPAC is to preserve and enhance the rural character of the Gaviota Coast. To import urban elements into that rural character diminishes it. There are places in the county for large-scale houses. Hope Ranch, Santa Barbara, Montecito, other places. You, as the Planning Commission, are setting standards for the long-term character of the coast. We have identified the Gaviota Coast as a very special place in this county, and I would just ask you to extend that identification to its agricultural rural character and limit the urbanization of the coast relative to house size. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So now that the position of the Gaviota PAC is known, and they were not in consensus, basically your Planning Commission considered it, the board considered it. We don't see anything in the environmental review, which is really the next step in the process, that further demands you reconsider, but you may. So it's up to the commission.
Mr. Chair, as a GAVPAC member and vice chair, can I make a comment?
Quick one.
Quickly, I would just say to you that the majority vote on the GAVPAC and on the Visual Resource Committee was to put no limitation on house size.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Black, thank you for summing that up, I think it helped me a lot. I mean, I do see, I'm more prone to be with Commissioner Cooney and Blau here and not limit size, but I did take to heart being stuck with one 1,200 square foot house, and there is some appeal to that build out and having multiple structures, but I don't know if we're gonna get there at this point. Commissioner Brooks?
Well, I wasn't on the planning commission when this came through before at all. I'm going to say, you know, I have, and I talked about it last time, you know, a vision of, you know, something like Sea Ranch, but now you're promising, or you're saying, the Gap Pack majority, that, you know, the visual policies and the design guidelines are going to protect against. There are some there now, as I go up the 101 and I look over and I say, well, that looks like it's in Tuscany or something, and then the next one looks like it's somewhere else. So, you know, I think Mr. McKenna, you know, made a very powerful statement, you know, that I wasn't here before, but we can, I guess, can't we come back and talk about it more, or is this a done deal?
You know, I think if you want to pursue that, I think it'd be helpful to put forth some standards of what you think is appropriate. I think that's the problem that we had on the commission, that is, where on the scale, you know, do you set the needle? And, you know, we went through as Ms. Black said, we sent it forth and without one, and the board otherwise considered it at another time, and they didn't set a standard. So I just, I don't know, it's difficult. I do think that the design guidelines are really, really, really very good, probably the best in the county. Some very, very good, thoughtful guidelines about how to site houses and reduce the size, bulk, and scale. And I would feel good with those guidelines in place. They're obviously not in place now. There is no standards. Houses are built, but I think those guidelines will set some good standards of just how to subordinate these structures with the landscape.
Okay. I think it is the majority agreement here that we move on from that one and leave it as is.
Members of the commission, so those were the last items arising from your previous questions and our responses. And I think
So there may be additional issues that the commission, I think Commissioner Blau had some. I know Commissioner Brooks already raised the ESH mapping issue. I don't know if you want to further discuss limiting transient occupancy to just farm stay versus short-term rentals. That was out there. There may be other issues you want us to try and address at the next hearing.
Okay, great.
So any lists that you have, I guess it's time for lists.
Commissioner Blau.
Okay. I think Paul brought up 4 issues. And they were 40%, not 30% for the
Steep slope.
mountainous area. I agree with
Steep
that.
slope.
Deepest slope, yeah.
Why don't we take them one by one?
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
So
yeah.
So I guess, Mr. Chair and commissioners, we'd like to know if other commissioners agree or
And, well, I had a question about it first. I think you made the statement, that's what it is in the rest of the county. Is that correct? That the mountainous areas are 40% slopes, not 30% slopes? Or let's say the majority of them, whatever you want to call it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, I think they're different. I mean, generally, if you look at the definition for mountainous, it generally describes those lands that are 40% or greater. This is a different issue. So taking a step back, as we discuss this through Planning Commission review, the language in the steep slope guidelines, and it was split. And the same thing as it is. Part of the vote favored 30%, others favored 40%. The actual language that was forwarded to the board and was
Okay,
further was a range, 30 to 40%.
Answers my question, but I've got the Gap Pack telling me that they think it should be 40%, not 30%, so I'm inclined to go along with them to do that. Now, they're here to make more comments. Maybe I didn't hear it correctly, but...
So what did the board initiate?
It was just that same language. It set a range of 30 to 40%. So staff's recommendation on the 30% aligned with, right now there's an agricultural exception in the grading ordinance for agricultural grading that's less than 30%. If it's over 30% slope, then you trigger an erosion control permit. And so that was one of the rationale for staff's recommendation to tie to the 30%, since that's going to be the trigger where erosion control permit's going to come in.
So is that the language you're using then?
So staff has
you would
recommended the
trigger an
30%.
erosion, but you
Just
would-
30%.
You would then trigger an erosion control permit.
It's
But you're
already
not-
going to trigger
But
erosion
you're not
control.
prohibiting the activity.
No,
then.
no, 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 no. I mean, this would just say that when the steep slope guidelines would apply, that were endorsed by the GAVPAC and by staff. So really the difference was, well, when do they really, apply at a 30% or a 40% slope? And staff's rationale, as I mentioned, was to align it with the current requirements of when an erosion control permit would be triggered.
Paul wants to speak.
If I may clarify, yeah, the reason why we're sticking with the 40% slope, because that was in lieu of being rezoned mountainous or resource management, which is the 40% slope. So in lieu of that, we created these steep slope guidelines to address any issues that might come about as far as additional expansion of operations. So we feel strongly that it should have been what we originally intent was 40%. That guideline should not be triggered until you go to a 40% slope or greater. And that was what we decided at the GAVPAC.
So a question for staff, that means then if it were 40%, then Gaviota would be exempted in the grading ordinance from the standards. So anything 30% or greater, they still need to do the erosion control permit. So I don't understand.
I think was it mountainous zoning?
The difference
don't
is
have
these steep
mountains.
slope guidelines, which are brand new to the county.
Right.
To adhere to those, we felt that it was only appropriate for 40% or greater. That's the difference. There's
Okay.
a whole different set of standards that are currently not in the county. This
So-
is what we did. We're trying to protect these lands that are currently not protected without the mountainous zoning designation. We want to be able to have the opportunity to go into those steeper slopes, do the right thing sustainably, and the steep slope guidelines will do that at 40%. They're not necessary at 30.
And the steep slope guidelines are going to apply to the entire county, or no, just to Gaviota?
Commissioner Cooney.
So let's put on the table then the other alternative, which is advanced by the Environmental Defense Center, which is we should rezone certain agricultural parcels that have the same characteristics as the mountainous areas of Goleta, Toro Canyon, and I'm sympathetic to that. I think the answer to that I've heard from staff is that we would be doing something to agriculturally zoned property that we're not doing throughout the county, but by historical accident, if you will, in the Gaviota area, a great deal of ag property goes right up to the forest lands. And so staff originally proposed, and I think it was initiated, that we would leave those ag properties as ag, not apply a different zone to them. But darn if I want to go to 40% slope. I think 30% is very serious, and we ought to monitor that parcel by parcel. So that's how far my thinking took.
No.
Well,
Can I make a
I'm, go ahead.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I have a list here. I'm looking at the time. It's just 3:30.
Get on with it.
I have some issues that I want to look at more carefully. I certainly appreciated what staff did the last time we had some questions. Like there was some research done. You brought back some possibilities. Can we create a list of things and then we would start off our next hearing with that, or are we under such time pressure that we need to get through all these?
So we, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I will tell you what our goal is. Our goal is to get to the board November 1st. In order to do that, we need the commission to continue to make progress in making decisions. So I don't think it's helpful to leave the room today without getting everybody's issues on the table and trying to at least reach consensus. I mean, you know, it's not 5 o'clock yet, it's 3:30. And if we can't get there, we can't get there. But I think we should try, because if we don't talk about it today, then we're going to be right where we are today when we come back to this room the next time. And we will not be ready for you to take action because we won't have documents anywhere close. So I just think we need to continue to make some progress and see where we can get to. That's my suggestion.
And I'm going to
Otherwise,
say,
I'm
I
going to
think
keep scheduling special
yeah.
hearings and
Yeah.
torture.
Well, we're making great progress.
You are.
On this issue, this one does seem a little bit cloudy, and it's not clear enough for me. And so I would request of staff and just a little patience and set the table up for me on what it is globally in the county, what GAVPAC is saying, and what we're saying.
And I think
that would be
we
helpful.
can do that today, or we
Okay.
can come back to you.
My feeling
next
on
time.
that one is we've beat that one enough. Help us with that
Yeah,
later.
help us,
We'll come back.
It's a simple
It's
decision.
pretty
Is
easy,
it 30 or is
30 or
it 40? We'll get to that at the next meeting. I'm trying to get through Mr. Van Leer's things because these were brought up by the GAVPAC, and I'd like to get that decided while they're here today, because I don't think they're coming back. Is that
You
right?
want to handle it now?
Well, I just wanted, no. I understand the difference. We don't have enough information to decide whether it's 30 or 40. The next meeting, we will. Be one of the two. I was going to go next to the trail sighting issue.
Hang on, let me just weigh
Commissioner
in here.
Brown.
You know, I have long advocated that as Commissioner Cooney has, that mountainous zoning should be standard throughout the South Coast, from Toro to Gaviota. Okay. There's no reason to exempt Gaviota. And now you hear that Mr. Van Leer thinks that the steep slope guideline should be applied 40% and greater. So when staff comes back with whatever they're going to come back with, we need to see both sides of the argument here.
And I think there's three sides that I'd
Well,
like to see.
Well, I don't know if
Because
there are three sides. I think there are
I'm
two
agreeing
sides.
with you.
I think there are two sides.
and
But I think we need to see a full discussion.
And my only other question is wasn't in Goleta all the mountain zone was owned by the federal
No.
government? So there's some
No.
that's privately owned?
No.
Okay, then I agree with you.
Privately.
It's three sides, so we'll look at it next meeting.
I have a point of order to raise, if I may, when it's appropriate.
No.
I can't raise a point of order?
Your public comment
I know,
is closed.
my point is related to public comment, which is closed, yet there's a huge group of the public sitting at a table up here engaging in dialogue. It's a process that's never been seen before by ADC, and I'm just wondering how the rest of the public can participate as well. If public comment's closed.
So Mr. Chair, I think what you've done is you've invited GAVPAC members to comment on specific questions or issues that you have, and you are certainly free, if you have questions of other people who are in the room, to ask them questions as well. But we do give some deference to GAVPAC members to at least explain the rationale. And we
That was
invited them.
my understanding when we spoke
They're like
earlier
staff.
today.
I wouldn't say they're quite like staff, but they have a
They're
different.
like staff,
They have a
yeah.
different role, and it's really up to your commission to decide if you want to ask GAVPAC members or anybody else in the room a particular question. But I don't think we can just keep engaging in dialogue. So I think that's the difference. We will come back with some additional information on the steep slope standards, 30%, 40%, what applies elsewhere, what that triggers, like an erosion control permit, and how we have applied the mountainous, the MT zoning in other community plans. I think that's what you're asking for. So we'll come back next time and give you that information, and hopefully you'll be able to pick an approach that will be easy to fill in.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau and then Commissioner Brooks.
I just was going to go to the second point that GAVPAC raised was the trail sighting. So I'd like to hear from them on that. It's different from what the staff is recommending, so I need to understand the difference so that we can decide whether we go with the GAVPAC or we go with what staff's recommending.
Commissioner,
yeah.
let me just interrupt. As a matter of process, I sympathize with what Ms. Russler is saying. This is not a workshop. we're not interacting with GAVPAC to discuss every point. In fact, individual members of GAVPAC have given us different views. So I think in order for anybody from GAVPAC to comment on anything, it should be a question from the chair to a specific member, if not the chair of the GAVPAC.
Mr. Chair, maybe if I can just kind of refocus at least the changes. So the trail siting guidelines were developed post-GAVPAC meetings, post-recommendation. It was treated as a product that got input from community members or trail advocates that was given to staff for some refinement and then looked at as a mitigation measure in the EIR. We looked at it one final time prior to our recommendations, got input from County Parks Department, and so our changes that were both from Planning Development and County Parks really look to providing at least somewhat of a consistency of how similar issues were dealt with in other approved trail siting guidelines for community plans, and also to remove policy, language that was seeking to establish a policy perspective in the guidelines. So it's really, that's not what they're for. They're really just guidelines. And so what we've told others is that if that point that may have been deleted is important enough, perhaps consider it as a development standard and put it in the plan. But really it was to both not standardize it, but at least align it with other approved trail siting guidelines and really treat it for what it was, to not have policy statements within a guideline document.
Commissioner Blau.
I'm going to skip that for right now. Actually, the trail siting issue is not really important to me right now. I'm one of those, it's never going to happen anyway. I'm never going to see enough money in this county where they can put the trails in where they want to put them. So I will not ask a question of the thing, but I will make comment on what I heard about the fencing on the trails themselves, to where I do believe it is the owner's responsibility to figure out what kind of fencing is going to protect his property from people along the trail. And I say that for two reasons. One is I think it's a liability issue as well. If we dictate the kind of fencing that's on there and the fencing doesn't adequately protect the trail person from whatever is on the property, or it doesn't protect the farm or the property owner from the trail people, does the county have a liability for the kind of fence that we put up? I think if the property owner puts the fence up and decides what kind of fencing is appropriate, I'll bet we get to approve it perhaps. It may not be adequate. We may want to have a better kind of fencing. That would be a little bit different situation. And I'm just going to ask you to poll the other commissioners to see if we agree.
Well, I agree on that, and I think we've discussed it in previous meetings, the fencing.
No, we haven't discussed it in previous meetings.
Okay. Well, anyway, I agree with that, I don't think that is, and I haven't even seen any standards on the fence that they're proposing, so then we're leaving that wide open. I don't think it's right that you try to tell some guy that you have to accept some fence on how he's going to hold his bulls in.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to ask the question because I don't know what the difference was from what the GAVPAC recommended to what was initiated. So they didn't no trail siting guidelines.
They did not. The GAVPAC did not develop it. They developed it post GAVPAC. There was a subcommittee, I think.
Okay.
Or a group of
all
ad hoc
right.
group.
Okay. So
it wasn't a part of the GAVPAC
okay, fine.
process
Okay.
per se.
That's why I didn't say I didn't ask GAVPAC. I just wanted to make my own conclusion. Based on what I heard David.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I'm going back to the mountain zones. I don't think you saw my light before, but I am going to ask the question of EDC, if I may. If you could come up and just explain the idea that, other communities, have these mountainous zones, and what is the protection that would be given, for that?
Ms. Black.
Is that a question?
So, Mr. Chair, We were going to provide some additional testimony on that from a staff perspective, but I got a very strong signal from the commission that you were done with that issue for today and would rather see something in writing. So if I could just ask Commissioner Brooks if we could address this next time. And we'll
Yes.
address, and then EDC will be able to testify, and I think it'll probably be more effective.
Okay,
Thanks.
as long as I get that information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll put it in writing in a memo for you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think to try to at least expedite a response to your fencing question, I'd ask Claude Garcia-Soleil to come down, and some of that maybe take a couple of minutes, and he can provide context of how county parks, when they're looking at trails, and they have recent histories. Franklin Trail is a good example where it ran adjacent to agricultural land, and how they look at the fencing issue, and they certainly do take in to consideration the agricultural landowners' interests in working out appropriate fencing. So, so if there's other questions, we can kind of table that for now, and then as Mr. Garcia-Soleil comes down, he can provide you with some information.
Sounds good. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I just have one more request, and it's not for today, but we did receive this letter from Gaviota Neighbors Group, which is apparently 38 of kind of some of the major property owners on there, and I would like staff's response to their questions, not today. You can do it in the form of your staff report if you would, when we come back to meet on our next meeting. But I don't know if this got here on time. I don't think so. It says it's August 29th. Oh yeah, so it is. Well, that's Monday. I just don't know. My point was, could you respond to their comments
Sure.
sometime in the staff report, or it would be helpful. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just a reminder, we actually don't have a particular time limit. We obviously encourage people on general plan amendments to get their comments in, but it's not the same thing where we have to vote them into the record
Oh, okay.
as a permit item. I should have finished.
My point was, you didn't have enough time to respond to the letter. I just was
Right.
my point.
No, we'll provide a response in writing for you.
Mr. Garcia-Soleil, welcome. And do you need staff to regurgitate back where we are on the fencing, or you got it?
I think I have it. I've been monitoring your hearing, actually. And it was with regards to fencing of trails through agricultural areas. Parks typically works with the property owner with regards to what's best suited for the situation. All situations are different. Mr. Lackey mentioned the Franklin Trail, which is the latest trail that we've built, and we worked with that property owner there. It was greenhouse agriculture as well as groves of avocado trees. So depending on the separation that's needed, we wouldn't have a specific standard for a fence, and we would definitely work with the property owner on that. I'll also point out that within the coastal zone, we'll need a CDP for any trail that we're building, so certainly that process and associated environmental documents will take a look at what is best suited in that respect. Commissioner Blau, if I may also mention that certainly a property owner outside of the easement that the county holds would also have the ability to do whatever type of fencing he was looking at or was necessary, he felt was necessary for the protection. I don't know what else you'd like me to tell you with regards to that, other than it's been our practice and continues to be our practice, certainly to work with underlying property owners.
Okay. Let me get real specific.
Sure.
So you say you want to put up a 4-foot high 4-strand barbed wire fence, and I say no, I want it 5 feet high and 5 wire because I'm worried about these animals breaking through. And we can't agree. Where does that go from there? You build your fence and that's it, or do I have another path? arbitration mechanism. I don't know.
Is there well, interesting. I don't know, certainly, as I said, if we're in a coastal zone, we're looking at a permit situation, so that's probably going to be pretty specific with regards to what kind of fencing is going to be a part of the trail construction. I certainly would rely on the expertise of the property owner with regards to his ranching operations. I don't have expertise in that respect. It is a bit of a negotiation in that respect also. I don't want to build a cattle run for people also. So that's, those are going to be some of my concerns with regards to the trail experience as well. But we certainly recognize the need to protect private property and the activities on that property.
Okay.
So, other issues that the commission has? I think ESH mapping was one that Commissioner Brooks wanted to discuss.
Okay, several speakers, referred to the ESHA mapping. How do we get that language into the plan? There was a request for a timeline.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I really discourage you from putting a specific timeline in the plan. And the reason is, we have our work program process. That's how we set priorities. The Board of Supervisors picks them. You can certainly say it's a high priority item, but I don't recommend that you say by September of 2018 it has to be initiated, because it's a function of what the other priorities are, what the Board of Supervisors chooses to have us work on, and it just sets us up to not be in compliance. So it's fine to say it's a high priority item, that you want the board to prioritize it in the next year's work program, whatever you'd like to say. An example of where that was successful is the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan mapping. We didn't put a date in the plan, but the board member from that district made it very clear it was a high priority item, and she advocated for it in the context of the work program for this fiscal year, and it got in. So that's kind of a better way, I think, to approach it, rather than to put in a specific date. Okay. That's my recommendation.
There was, I think it was Mr. Toutram, had talked about ESHA management. So if we want to, get an action statement in here, if we're, going ahead, as the plan, goes for adoption, because I can remember it was somewhat of a battle, to get the ESHA mapping in the Eastern Galita Valley. It was done right away as part of the process.
No, the mapping occurred almost.
The mapping's occurring now, so it occurred
After
post-adoption,
right.
just like we're anticipating.
Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
The only thing I'd like to just go back onto that action item is that I'd like to see the language amended from should seek funding to shall seek funding. I mean, you can go out and seek funding and you may not get it, but should is a little more tentative. So that would be my thought on that one.
So that's in action and F7, and that's fine. Okay, there was
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, another request about ESHA, the fact that it would be per habitat versus per parcel. Can we look at that a little bit more closely?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, there's too many Bs on this committee, and I'm one too. Not on the commission. So that would be a departure from the way we treat ESH elsewhere in the county, and so I'm a bit concerned about doing that. I think it can result in very odd things like people holding properties in different names, and so it's not really held as one property owner. I mean, it just leads to kind of craziness. And I think it's a pretty low threshold anyway. So, we just haven't seen it cause the kind of problems that people are raising.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I think it's in this group of comments. It may not be, but I'm not crazy about mapping ESHA for a couple of reasons. One is, how long is a map good for? I mean, ESHA changes. We heard testimony today that if you want to get more certain shrubs, just disturb the land, it'll start growing larger. And then we're going to have areas where we're going to have the fire department that's going to be taking them out. I think I read in here that they talked about it being project specific about determining how much ESHA there is. So when you have a project that comes in before you, you will determine how much ESHA was there. The other, and I think this is different than Goleta in that it was important to map Goleta because there's more development that's going to occur there. I don't think that's the case here. This is a minor kind of a development that's going to occur within this Gaviota area. So to have the board spend a tremendous amount of money to map something that's probably not going to be disturbed anyway doesn't seem to be appropriate. If you're going to do a project, yes, you need to take a look at it to make sure that it's not being destroyed, but to actually map something that probably hasn't changed that much in the last 30 years, or has changed tremendously in the last 30 years, to me doesn't make any sense. Agree to protect it, but I don't agree we need to spend a lot of money to go out and tell you where it is. That's just my thought. And I don't think the board's going to approve it anyway, because I think that's going to be one tremendously expensive project for very little benefit.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brooks.
Well, if we don't do it now as part of the plan, I mean, isn't this, this is what we're here to do, and if there are other policies, that are part of the plan that might be based on even the people who want to do restoration. There was concern from really both sides, of the ESHA issue, if that was going to be restored, and then they wanted an incentive for that. And they don't want, the landowner doesn't want that restoration, to be part of the ESHA survey, which I think is a workable compromise. But it has to be, the existing ESHA needs to be, we have to know what's there first. And I think, if we don't do it now, as part of this, and as you say, don't put dates certain, but you also don't want to have an action item that doesn't see daylight.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so recognizing that this is a 100,000 acre plan area, entirely rural, and it presents challenges and cost to do the mapping, and so that was recognized earlier on, even in the GAVPAC process. And so, with unlimited resources, that would be a valuable, exercise to have concurrently with the plan. We provided the vegetative communities and the other information and identified what would qualify for ESH. That was part of the GAVPAC recommendation, except for they, had an action item to, at least in the inland area, map the riparian vegetation and the riparian corridors to the logical extent within the watershed. We've done that part and presented it. So, I think it was, an approach that was, discussed upon and moved forward early on, that was at least discussed when the Planning Commission went through the initiation. That was kind of acknowledging the challenges of with that effort, but to identify it as a future action item, and that's how it's presented now in Action NS7, to seek funding to conduct the future ESH mapping.
Commissioner Cooney.
Okay, Mr. Lackey, how exactly is it being, if we did nothing today, how would it be presented to the board as an action item?
It reads, this is action NS7, vegetation mapping within the Gaviota Coast area. The county should seek funding to map biological habitats using Manual of California Vegetation or other ecologically accepted mapping criteria.
And Commissioner Brown, as I understand it, says we should change that to shall.
Correct.
Okay, I support that. So that's a majority of us by my count, and all we're doing is making a recommendation to the board. They have the ability to weigh this against other demands. And staff's free to say, don't do it. It's going to cost too much. But I think it's important. It's an important tool, and it will make it easier for the county to monitor the removal of ESH from a very valuable part of the county. So that's where I come out on that.
Other issues that the commission wants to discuss and try and resolve today, so we can come back?
Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I think we might be able to resolve this. We're all familiar because of our experience with enhanced drilling operations in the North County. It's been proposed by at least one speaker that we apply the enhanced drilling restrictions to the plan area to the extent we have jurisdiction. I think the only place oil operations are allowed in the plan is in the mountainous areas. Is that correct? Could it be any place?
No, any place, right.
Okay, so I'd like to suggest that whatever work staff needs to come back at the next meeting, or I would support the general concept that we restrict enhanced methods of drilling for natural resources in the Gaviota Coast planning area.
So I
Commissioner
support that.
Brown?
So Mr. Chair, can I just explain
Yes.
how that would be different than the rest of the county? Because what we've done, what we did as a result of the one fracking operation that occurred up in the North County is we adopted an ordinance that requires that people get a permit and go through a permit path to conduct fracking operations or other enhanced techniques. So it's not that it's prohibited, but it requires a specific permit. And so that exists throughout the county now. And if what you're asking for is for us to ban enhanced techniques, you might want to check with county council, because that sounds a bit like a Measure P in the Gaviota area, a Measure P approach. I just want to make sure it's okay to do in one particular area of the county and not elsewhere on that particular issue, because it's an oil and gas extraction issue, just a little bit different.
Commissioner Cooney?
I know Ms. Black gets tired at the end of these meetings like I was about an hour ago, so I'm trying to wear her down a little bit here. So as it stands now, Ms. Black, if someone wanted to do some onshore drilling in the county area behind Carpinteria, all they'd have to do is apply for a permit. There's no restriction on them doing that.
They would, well, I think most people think applying for a permit's a restriction in this county.
They'd have to
So,
get the permit.
at least a lot of people in this room do. So, they would have to apply for a permit. It would be discretionary. We would do full environmental review. And so the thinking when we put that ordinance in place was we'd do full environmental review. We would know exactly what they were doing. We'd know the consequences of using chemical treatments on groundwater, surface water, et cetera. So it would be a full review. And before, there was a question as to whether those enhanced techniques required even disclosure that they were doing them. So that's the context today.
Okay. Now, I accept that's the appropriate way to handle it, rather than just an outright ban in one area of the county. So I think we ought to return to that topic as as we've described it today and allow anyone who thinks we should select out this area for special treatment and take a legal chance on doing that, they would have the right to comment.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay, I didn't know whether Commissioner Brooks had her own list, but I'm going to start going through some of mine. Okay. I think Craytech had some really good recommendations about improving consistency and clarity in the draft plan for language. I don't know that you want to adopt all of it, but some of it I thought helped to refine and clarify some of the things that were already stated. So I'm wondering if staff can't take a look at that and see what ones they could incorporate into the documentation. That's my first one. EDC recommended some other things about the wetland mitigation standards. And I think in the document, they range from 2 to 1 to 8 to 1, depending upon the habitat or something like that. I don't recall specifically. And I didn't know if the Coastal Commission, EDC indicated there was a minimum standard of 4 to 1, whether or not, didn't understand why there was that variability in the plan itself. And maybe we just need to move up the minimum standard to 4 to 1 rather than 2 to 1 if you could take a look at that. There was the other issue about the view sheds where staff said, did you want to include it from all public viewing places? I believe that's one of their recommendations. And yes, I would. I don't know how the rest of the staff commission feels, but.
So I think the issue there is
public.
from the railroad?
Yeah, I think it was from public viewing places. Well, I'm not sure what it was exactly. I don't have the documentation in front of me. Help me out, staff here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, and paraphrasing their comment, what I took from it was rather than the critical view corridor applying to views within that area, they wanted those same standards within the entire plan area. That was never recommended by.
Okay, so what did staff recommend? Staff said we had an option to.
Right, the critical view corridor, which staff recommends support, has a defined area and certain requirements within it. Outside the critical view corridor, there's other visual resource policies and the county's policy as far as from public viewing spaces still would apply. And design review would apply throughout the plan area for structures.
So I'm not sure what it was that you were presenting to us that said that we had the option. Is that what you just finished saying and I wasn't paying attention?
I think our only, as I recall, our original option was just with the farm stand and whether or not you wanted it to be subject to design review. That was a different topic than what I believe.
I see.
The letter with respect to expanding the critical.
Okay, so perhaps that we could get it from the train, from the railroad? That's already in the critical, that's already in, okay. All right. I thought the EDC's comments about, I realized that removal of coast live oaks is not prohibited, but I'm just wondering as part of a lumber or firewood operation they should be. I mean, I don't see how that's an ag operation to cut down oak trees so that you can sell them for firewood. Maybe it is, I don't know, maybe it's a harvesting thing, but I just have problems with that. I didn't know if anybody else had, whether or not that could be considered when we look at the option for some of these other permits of processing firewood or lumber or cutting lumber, whether that can be included. And the other, let me see, there was a few other things here. I've got a lot of paper to go through, so maybe there's someone else that has another comment. I'm looking here. No one's speaking. Okay.
I am.
That's probably a good idea. I think you've gone over a lot of data and give other commissioners a chance to.
Okay, well, I would like to wrap up my comments. I would agree with Commissioner Brown regarding the view shed. I thought the testimony from Mr. Keats and the letter that we received, from the rail people was very important, something I hadn't even thought about, and it sounds like, you have that. I still have questions about the mountain zoning, but okay, there was a comment made today about transportation, and it was the idea about the Caltrans on the 101, and that was the idea of, keeping the 101 through the Gaviota Coast as a rural expressway, and I think that's, I don't know if that's in the language yet, but I'd like to consider that being added. There was, I also had written down about the firewood issue, that, that chaparral be excluded from that, or yoke. And I think that's all I have.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I'd like to suggest that we terminate for today. This was projected to be 4 hours, and we have exceeded that and worked hard, and I think we all could benefit from a break and come back with new public comments and ready to go on the 14th.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I was just going to comment for Mr. Brooks. I've dealt with Caltrans on many occasions. It's their highway. They'll tell you what's going to be designated. You have no say. And if you don't think so, go ask them, and they'll tell you. I mean, at any rate, so. Commissioner Cooney, I think we're going to make a motion. I think we need to have a date to continue it to 14th of September. Then I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.